$1,000 you can't throw in a suite?
No, goodbye. No, Aaron, thanks. No, TTYL to Aaron.
Very
Judge.
like, think about how much easier Juan Soto made it for Aaron Judge to win another MVP. I made your job so much easier because I'm such a great hitter, and I'm not even going to holler at you out the door. That don't seem like it make a whole lot of sense.
I agree. That is odd.
It's a two-way street.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BIKE to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BIKE to 321-321. That's BIKE to 321-321.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And Doug, you might notice my voice isn't as great as it normally is.
Why not?
Because we were at the holiday party last night, and I was just singing carols to this beautiful man who was dressed up as Santa Claus.
Huh. Well, that would have been me, but I didn't hear any of the carols.
Maybe that's because you were entranced.
Oh.
You said a lot of people tried to kiss you last night, but they were all guys.
Yeah, there were some gentlemen who tried to kiss me. Unsuccessfully, I might
Ray
add.
King proudly showed me a picture of him attempting to kiss you.
He made some advances.
This, of course, not being the Cardinal reliever. What did he say, Martin? Red means go?
Red mean go.
This is a gentleman who I believe is a married father of two, but when he gets to go to the TMA events, he likes to, I guess for lack of a better term, approach Doug.
Well, he did bring me a bottle of Arnold Palmer.
Oh. So you were fine. So you're a bit of a hooer.
Yeah, I can be bought. Get her moved.
When is it okay to kiss a guy?
Well, it's not really in that situation, but...
But we don't kink shame.
That's only because I promised to go get Doug and Arnold Palmer. Like 30 minutes later, I went, oh, crap.
Well, I have kissed a man.
While the great Justin Boyd's getting my drink, I forgot to get Doug his. I met Ray King. He introduced himself. He goes, I'm the one who had the video and helped take down Matty Mock. I go, oh, okay. I would describe Ray King as a handsome trucker. He had kind of
a handsome trucker.
He kind of had he had like a flannel shirt with a vest over it. I enjoyed meeting all the folks.
How about that? Because for those of us who have been here, and you would make it clear that you're new here, we are used to this. But for you, Martin, this was new.
I met Boomer Kingsley.
Yeah.
I believe now the porpoise from Pensacola would like to be changed to the Oakville Otter. I wrote all this down so that I don't forget.
That was the O'Fallon Possum.
But he wants a new name.
Boomer Kingsley?
He was not there.
Porpoise.
I did see Dan Beal, and I saw the Baldwin beer bitch.
She was there.
She won the Milagro Tequila of the Month. Was that August of 2020?
I voted for her in the polling the other day. I only voted for people I knew. Jackson said these votes were popping up for people who'd been part of the show for like a month, and it was all me.
Eric in the Central West End was not there. However, he is issuing a statement. I wanted to attend last night, but I had prior obligations. I will say that Doug was a sexy-looking Santa, and I couldn't tell if that was Tim or Jason Statham. And Jackson looked like an ass.
Oh, why would he say that?
That's a shame, too, because Jackson's very complimentary of Eric in the Central West End's appearance. He says he is attractive but not attracted to him. Attractive but not attracted
The
to him.
alliance grew last night. Spent a lot of time talking to Jackson's mom and dad.
They're delightful people, aren't they?
Thank you.
They really are.
Talk some ball with your dad as well.
Loves talking ball. Yeah, my dad's such a big fan of Martin.
What does that mean, Doug? Did you take offense to that? Did you catch that?
Obviously,
I played golf with the man.
Obviously, he's massive fans of you guys. Been listening for 20 years. But he's never gotten a chance to meet Martin, and so he's.
He did seem intimidated, Tim. I think
he was intimidated by it?
No, great conversation. A really fun group. One guy said, "I've never called." I've never emailed, I've never texted, but I've listened for years. And I said, I kind of respect that. Yeah. Just kind of below, because I would say to everybody, all right, what's your handle? And a lot of people said, I'm Bob. Hi, how are you? And I said, no, what's your call-in name? They said, well, I don't call in.
No. See, the best is when you run into someone who's at the venue but not there for a TMA thing, and like you ask like a TMA lore question, or like me yesterday, every time I would see somebody, I would kind of, nod as I passed them with a wave.
Oh, because they know you?
Yeah.
Well, if they're hanging out.
Like a celebrity nod.
Well, George Clooney's here tonight in South County.
If they're wearing like a TMA hat, it's not crazy to think that they know what the situation is. But then like I went into the bathroom, and like
what was happening in there?
Some guy like walked away from the urinal, and I gave him like a head nod, and he looked at me like, "What are you doing?"
No, hold on. I think you have been to the truck stop. I think the head nod while they're leaving the urinal is a thing.
I was just like it was like muscle memory, and I just head nodded, and he was like, what? "You don't head nod in the bathroom."
Yeah, that's a good observation. Martin, sorry I couldn't make it last night. Can't risk any photo evidence of being connected with this show. That's from Gary Pinkel's cell phone etiquette.
That's fair.
If you just like don't think about it too much, though, like it all makes sense.
We'll see.
One listener was high up for years at Centene, really high up, and I said, and he's one of the ones who said, "I've never called in, I've never texted." I said, "All right, I respect that." There was the one half of Hot Shots they said was kind of the non-TMA, and I noticed by the end of the night they kind of worked their way into it kind of merged.
I saw Biff was there and his friend, the O'Fallon Gopher, I think he said. It was O'Fallon something. Might have been a weasel.
Well,
or
the
gopher.
otter, so the Pensacola porpoise asked me to change his name, but I'm confused. I've written it down.
Is the O'Fallon area popular with furries? Because it seems like possums.
That could be like for their tourism department.
Gopher. Is there a O'Fallon marmot of some sort?
Well, I like a marmot.
There's probably something up there.
Muskrat
that digs.
Suggestion for next year: Rich Gould as Santa.
Wow, Doug, you're out.
Good.
No, Doug was outstanding. What a great sport. I seriously salute Doug for taking that role on. My wife said, "Why would he do that?" I said,
I think I volunteered.
He's a good sport.
You think I volunteered?
You were enlisted?
I saw some pictures and it looked like my mouth area was just one giant blowhole.
Clip that off.
There was just a circle there where my mouth was.
Clip that off.
It's like almost too on the nose to even clip off.
Well, that's what it looked like on the picture, like a dolphin's blowhole.
You look great.
Yeah, you were a hot Santa, bro.
I had like 10 people come up to me and say, like, "That's not really Doug, is it?" I was like, "What? Like, yeah, that's Doug. There's Doug in the Santa suit."
There were some people that I kind of know walked right by me and apparently didn't recognize me.
Well, the only part of you that was like visible as you was kind of just like your forehead, which
Doug,
is
they
not
don't
much
call
left.
it Swing Haven for nothing. That's from the 314.
And the recovering alcoholic from Belleville was there, of course. Apparently recovered.
I wish I could have gone last night, but I'm recovering from the stomach bug, so a bunch of Budweiser wings, and man, it wouldn't have been a great plan. Rich Gould should have played Santa in Bad Santa. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs.
Okay.
I think Rich would play it up. Santy might have himself a Jack and Coke, and might enjoy the banter with the crew there.
I think we got like a bunch of the winners for a bunch of the tickets were young women, like 25-year-old women.
That was alarming. That was alarming.
Like four of the winners.
The first two people to win the gifts were women born in the late 1990s, Doug. And we've always said this is kind of a female demographic of young women, mainly WashU students in from New York City.
Right, that's who we play to.
And I guess that's who was there last night at Hot Shots. And then I think one of the most prized packages that we were giving away last night, the Kendrick Lamar and SZA tickets. Martin, that's June 2025 at the Dome. Perfect venue for it.
They got the new turf just in time.
That's exactly right. And guess who won? Jackson's buddy who was there.
Oh, no. He won it? You got to be kidding
Did you do the drawing? Did you do the announcement?
Here's my official statement.
Oh, there's already been a statement planned.
I was mixing it up, mingling, spreading holiday cheer.
Yeah.
I was called over to announce our next winners. And as soon as I was handed the phone to see who the winner was, I said, "Oh my God, like this is poetic." I was like, "This is one of my buddies who showed up here."
Private Citizen Pete.
It was not Private Citizen Pete.
Was he there?
He was there, but he did not
further
win.
questions, Your
He didn't
Honor.
win. MPK won. And,
MPK.
I saw my buddy MPK had won. I was like, "Oh man, this
And
is."
somebody won a prize and they weren't there, right? Like Mackenzie Buente or something? I think that's the name that you kept calling.
Yeah, well, you know.
Buente, where are you?
I kept saying this would be a bad time for a cigarette break. But the MPK won, and I was like, "Oh, well, this is going to be a problem." But I couldn't be like, "Well, you can't win." He signed up just like everybody else did.
Sure.
It just happened. Like, it was like bad timing. Like, if Tim had read it, it'd been no big deal. But it was me reading it.
Right,
So.
that's exactly right.
I found out that Lil Bearcats, who was there, he said, "I'm the youngest person to ever get into Doug's suspension log."
Oh, is that right?
Badge of honor.
We have records tracked.
Yeah.
And then I talked to Buck Swope later. We were talking about the history of the show.
The
and
2024 Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, Buck Swope.
He reminded me of that. And then I brought something up, and he said, "No, that was actually February of 2017. And he goes, "That was the one when Tim went to what?" And then Doug missed that show. I'm like, "Holy smokes. He's got it to memory." And then he apologized because he was in Phoenix for work at one point and missed like 2 shows.
Oh, no. How's he going to recover from
I
that?
think in the history of the show, he's only missed 2.
all of us have missed more than 2.
That's right. Well, we are very grateful to the listeners who came out. Lots of toys donated for Annie's Hope, a wonderful charity. Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend, Amy LaBelle, was in attendance, and she was still there when I was heading home at 9:30 last night and enjoying the festivities. Annie's Hope is a wonderful, wonderful charity. For those not familiar with it, that is what Jay Randolph Jr. and his family wanted to be where the donations would go after Jay passed, and Amy has worked there. And what it is, and I don't think a lot of people know this, and that's why I want to call attention to it. It's a center for grieving kids who lose younger parents. That's what it is. And so to work with Annie's Hope and to see the number of toys that came in for Annie's Hope, and then Amy was talking about donations for people who couldn't be there. The people were sending in donations last night, and some substantial donations on top of that. First class on the part of our audience. So we are very, very grateful for it. Everybody at Hubbard, I mean, the event, you walk in, you show up, it's all taken care of.
Oh, yeah. They
Jesse
do a great job.
Kioski and the team, as always. The sales staff was in attendance. Big audience, a lot of longtime TMA listeners, but a lot of new listeners since we came over to 101 ESPN. So it was a great night, and thank you to everybody for coming out to Hot Shots in South County, which, by the way, brand new location, only open 2 months. That's a hell of a facility. That's a great spot.
Really
the great
nice,
Jay Boyd has opened up. So tip of the cap, and a great deal of thanks to the people who packed that place last night for our TMA toy drive and Christmas party. Doug, do you know anything about Sound Story?
Oh, sure I do. You know, the holidays are upon us now, and this would be the perfect gift idea for your family. It's called Sound Story. This is the time of year when people start thinking about what to get family members for the holidays. And if you or your family is thinking about what would be best for mom or dad, or both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everyone would love. Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter the promo code TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or dad anytime, and now that is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom and dad in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children have those memories saved forever. And now, new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift that you will never regret giving. It's a gift that everyone in your family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get the special of 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story, for you, for them, forever.
There it is, Sound Story, online at mysoundstory.com. Promo code TMA to get 10% off. Blues and Sharks last night. And we had a concern about what would happen coming off the road trip, and unfortunately the concern came to fruition. Doug, these damn Sharks, I'm telling you, these damn Sharks. We'll talk about that. Plus, Robert Thomas going to be with us. I'm anxious to get his perspective on it because everybody who talked following the game elaborated on it, and really there was a lot of accountability, for lack of a better term, in particular for the first 2 periods when the Blues let it get away from them before mounting yet another third period comeback that came up short. We will have that for you. And also, huge doings today here on TMA for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at 10:45. This is as good as it can get, Doug, for a Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day prize.
Okay. What is it?
It is a Cardinal ticket giveaway, but it's not just like for a game.
Well, what's it for?
It is an 8-game Cardinal ticket pack that includes tickets to opening day.
Wow.
How about that? So 8 games, and one of the games that you will win for winning the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day today, opening day tickets. How about that?
That's like 10% of the season you're getting in.
I'm telling you. Yeah. This 8-game pack includes your seat for opening day plus 7 other weekend matchups. And that includes games against the Yankees and Dodgers.
Jeez.
How about this?
Arenado's return.
Here we go. Yeah, which we don't know which one, but it'll be one. Cardinal ticket packs are on sale now, but you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, which comes your way at 10:45. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Find all the details for Cardinal ticket packs now at Cardinals.com/holiday. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Oh, Doug, this is your reward for dressing up as Santa last night at the TMA Christmas party and toy drive for Annie's Hope.
Just
Martin, you like this one? This is the Mills Brothers, and this is what Doug wants to return from commercial break with.
I think we've done our part to get folks in the holiday spirit.
I think this song
Muted
in particular.
trumpets.
The muted trumpet is what you like.
Yes. Oh, there's the clarinet. Licorice stick. How can you not like this?
Nobody's saying they don't, bruh.
Okay.
Oh, what do you call that? Straw man? Oh, I hear a lot of people don't like this song.
Oh.
Well, I'm here to tell you I do. Like, what? Who are you
Somebody
arguing?
always says they hate this.
Not I said the fly.
I guess it was Iggy that
Iggy hated this?
Yeah.
Well, all these people that are mad that Montgomery got hired, well, I'm here with some news. It's actually working out.
So we're in agreement. This is the best song that we play.
This is the jam. I'd like to sample it. Yep. Turn on the AC and the DC.
Is this kind of the era of Cab Calloway?
Oh,
That
sort
sort
of fabulous music, yeah. Hit the trumpets, please. Oh, now we're the whole brothers are joined in.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. And you can call in, and Chairman Kurt, if he deems you worthy, will put you on the air on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101.
Biff told me he met with KG about the phone issue, and they've worked it out now. He's going to text him directly when it's his turn to call.
Chairman Kurt just put his head in his hands.
They had a long talk about how to coordinate Biff's call. This is right after he told my wife, yeah, I paid the porn star $3,000 to read her poetry.
I didn't even get my coat off last night before Biff got my personal cell phone number to make sure I could get him on the air.
Wow.
They're going to directly text each other when it's Biff time. Kind of like do time, but when it's Biff time, he'll text KG directly.
He called us a couple times from, we'll call them nightclubs in Las Vegas. The way he was still there.
Oh, yeah, he was at the Spearmint Rhino, and he would put the scrippers on the line. Yeah. Is that a bad little sketch, or is that a bit? Doug, unfortunately, we had the Blues game on and monitoring it last night at Hot Shots in South County for the TMA Christmas party and toy drive for Annie's Hope. And as we feared, I think it was Jamie Rivers who was talking about it when he was with us on Wednesday. the game against the Sharks, a lesser team, could be a dangerous one because they spent the night in Vancouver, tried to mitigate the travel issues and the quick turnaround to play a team that, again, not one of the best, given the Blues some problems last year, played some tight games with them, and unfortunately, first couple of periods, the boys, they just didn't have it, and the comeback, alas, the post got them late, and they lose to the Sharks.
Yeah, I don't know that they can make the excuses they were tired from a road trip. The Sharks have been on the road for 13 days.
Wow.
This was the last game of a 6-game, 13-day trip for them. So they were able to handle it.
You know what happened? Blues got it to 3-2, right? A little excitement, not only in the Enterprise Center, but at Hot Shots. 27 seconds later. If you listen to the audio, Tom Calhoun
is still calling out the
is making the goal call as the Sharks are scoring. People were tweeting at me. There it is, Martin. There it is. It's a thing. I know it happens to other teams. It seems to sure happen a hell of a lot.
27 seconds after Schen's goal.
Yeah, you get it to 3-2, third period at home. There's a little bit of life there, and immediately it's a 2-goal game.
I guess you score and you take a deep breath and you pat each other on the back, and before you look up, they got an odd man rush.
Here's a little stat from our friend Alex Ferrario, who hosts the show right after us. The Sharks' goal is the 5th time in the last 7 games they've given up a goal 90 seconds or less following scoring a goal.
There it is.
Nice little stat from Alex Ferrario.
The Sharks have not played a home game since Friday, November 29th. They've been in Seattle, Washington, Tampa, Florida, Carolina, and St. Louis. Not necessarily the standard road trip from Seattle to Washington, down to Tampa.
Their building must have been booked up for something.
Taylor Swift took over San Jose right after Vancouver.
Then across the state to the Panthers, up the coast to take on the Hurricanes, and then over to St. Louis before heading back to San Jose. But certainly, Martin, did you listen to the Curbside podcast? You and I are regular listeners.
I got a fair amount of it. I felt like Curbs were a little deflated by the loss.
So was Joey Vitale, and there was a little bit, a little hint, and Joey Vitale's going to be with us.
When is he on? I'm looking
9:30.
9:30. Robert Thomas, I think, is 8:15 today. Little hint of maybe Jordan Bennington didn't have it last night. You don't really hear that too often. Here, Jackson has some audio because there was a lot of talk about the road trip hangover. But as Doug calls attention to, the Sharks have been on the road for a while themselves.
Here's Jim Montgomery.
We knew he'd be physiologically, we knew he'd be best in the third, just from coming back from the West Coast. But you know, we wanted to start on time. We didn't start on time. We didn't manage the game well enough early on. And even after we scored to make it 3-2 and we have all momentum, we give up another odd man rush. Very similar to the second goal that they got. So we made too many mistakes and had to fight too hard to get back into the game too many times.
Yeah.
You like that physiologically we knew?
I was just going to bring that. I don't know how you know that. How would you know that physiologically he's going to be better in the third period than the second?
Well, because you know that you're going to come after the travel. And again, they spent the night in Vancouver on Tuesday night to try to mitigate it. And I think it was Kelly Chase, actually, talking with Steve Ott on the Curbside podcast, talking about, you know, you break down, you do these studies, and the analytics show that you do spend the night when you have a 4+ hours flight, and then you got to play a game. So that's why they spent the night in Vancouver, to try to be ready for this game against San Jose. In a way, it's almost like you wish you would have been playing one of the best teams in the league, and you lose there because you don't miss out on the chance to get the 2 points, which is why I think, as you made reference to, Martin Kerber and Joey Vitale on the podcast, we're saying this one sucks. You can't go, okay, you got 3 out of 4 on the road. You can afford to lose this one. If you're going to get into the playoffs, you can't pass up opportunities against especially some of the teams who aren't necessarily expected to be, you know, the powerhouses in the league.
In the Sharks' defense, I do think that Celebrini's going to be a problem for a while. I mean, they've obviously...
Cats and dogs. He gets the Blues. I think he has 7 or 8 points against the Blues already.
He appears to be the next big star in the NHL. So that's part of it. When they've played, they have not been able to contain him. You come home after that road trip. I mean, I get it. It's a long flight, but there wasn't back-to-back. The Sharks have been on the road. That's a weird deal. I understand it's true, like Tim's sleep cycle. By the way,
Thank you very much.
ate some pizza late last night at that Hot Shots, and Kim said it'll throw your sleep off. I said, what are you reading Tim's blog?
There you go.
What?
Welcome aboard, Kim.
It did affect my sleep a little bit, yeah. But it was worth it.
You're not going to get great
worth
sleep
knocking it
after
down.
that.
But physiologically, I'll be better in the third hour of this show
I would
because of
think
the pizza.
Yeah, we all know that.
I do think a little bit of it is Celebrini's really good. The Sharks, I mean, maybe some teams, and this is something that Thomas or Vitale can win. Maybe some teams, this is a weird matchup, like because this is 2 years in a row now where they've struggled with San Jose. Your big test is in Dallas tomorrow night. They're better on the road with Monty, that's for sure. Those are the numbers, Doug, that back it up.
I just like to say, hell, they's on scholarship too.
Nice.
And every time you think you got it figured out, that San Jose at home, this will be a win. Every time you think you know exactly what's going to happen, it usually goes the other way.
Yeah, Doug, that's why we should have been on that money line last night for the Sharks. 2 total shots between Kyrou and Thomas. You won't win without shooting the puck. And that was something that they were talking about, Vitale and Kerber, saying, hey, you know, your best players got to step up in a situation like this where you know the team might not necessarily have it. And that was not one of their better games. Jackson, what else do we have here from the boys following the game last night at Enterprise Center?
Got Braden Shen on the effects of the road trip. Yep.
Oh, okay.
See on the sweater.
Oh,
it's a little bit of both. You know, it's definitely the time change, right? It's a couple hours. Getting up early. But you know, every team does it in the league. That's no excuse. It's just they're tougher games to play, no doubt about it. But that's at the same time when you have that, you just have to play smarter. And we probably would like to have our first 2 periods back tonight and just manage the game a little bit better.
Yeah, if you're going to blame everything on a long flight and a time change, you know, what are the teams from Miami and Vancouver? They face this all year. Every time they leave, they're making long flights somewhere. So you can't hold that as an excuse, I don't believe.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're staying at the Ritz. I think
San Jose's Fairmont.
Fairmont, oh, yeah. Larry Plow bought us dinner one time.
Oh, you were at
the Fairmont.
Yes. I'm 23 years old, and I'm like, we got a dinner coming up? What do we got? White Castle?
I like Larry Plow. He was a great guy.
He was, and he bought us dinner.
Okay, guys. Okay. Talk hockey.
You can get involved on the program. Text in Air Comfort Service text line 314-399-9646. And you're welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. Jason Gosrow from Schaefer Door Company was one of the many advertisers on hand last night. Schaefer Door Company sponsor. We have 2 different apps. 101 ESPN app. And then the TMA STL app download, and you can listen to the show anytime, podcasts like The Dickens, or live stream it via the TMA STL app, or by listening on the 101 ESPN app. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the various apps for the program. And, of course, we have the YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or choosing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. Why choose the Illinois Recovery Center? A holistic healing approach, expert care and guidance, safe and welcoming environment, tailored programs for lasting recovery, and top-notch facility and accommodation. Whether you have made the life-saving choice to seek help on your own, or you want to be prepared for the other end of an addiction intervention with a loved one, the chance to learn about addiction recovery is available to you at Illinois Recovery Center in Swansea. If you or someone you know wants more information about the Illinois Recovery Center, please call 888-472-9559 or visit IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. That's IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com. Doug, you love a good guessing game.
I do.
And this is going to be right up your alley. Martin, you now get the links that Jackson and Chairman Kurt sent over.
I'm staring at the links.
So you are now ineligible to participate in this guessing game. The top 25 franchises in the last 25 years of the 4 major North American sports leagues. Dig in. You will get to participate in a wonderful guessing game. It's coming up next here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues lose last night to the Sharks. They're off tonight, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Dallas Stars. You can catch that game right here in your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN, pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. Call in, Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Be a friend of the show. And then email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Huge prize. One of the biggest prizes we've given away in recent history on this program. It is an 8-game Cardinal ticket pack. And it's called the Cardinals Opening Day Ticket Pack because among the 8 games that you get, and Doug, you're right, it's about 10% of the season, you get tickets for opening day. How do you do? Plus 7 other weekend games. And that includes games against the Yankees and Dodgers. So this is premier real estate. How do you win? You're new to the show. Here's how you win. You email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Anything and everything is welcome. You can rip our asses if you want. We welcome it. Whatever you want. Email in, and then we just vote. We have a papal conclave, and we vote. Martin, you will not be here to vote. You have onboarding at 10:45, but Chairman Kurt, Jackson, Doug, and myself will vote. So email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and you can win this opening day ticket pack that includes 8 Cardinal home games next year. And if you want to get this ticket pack, go to Cardinals.com/holiday. All right, Doug, here it is. You love a good guessing game.
I do, yeah.
Martin and I, Jackson, we are not eligible to participate in the guessing game.
Okay.
But you are. This is your time to shine bright like a diamond like you did last night as Santa Claus at Hot Shots in South County. And what a wonderful facility it is.
With the blowhole.
Clip that off. 25 years.
25.
The sports world has produced countless indelible memories. I think they should have said insatiable there, right?
I would have said insatiable.
Thank you. During the 21st century's opening quarter. You like that? The 21st century's opening quarter. It's coming to a conclusion.
Yeah, I guess I don't mind.
And it would be a gargantuan task to conjure it all in one place, to help sift through all of the dizzying heights, jaw-dropping feats, unforgettable players and teams. Bleacher Report got together to pluck out the best of the past 2.5 decades in sports because, hey, reminiscing is part of why we are all fans.
Okay.
Doug, it is now your opportunity to rank and guess the rankings of the top 25 North American Major 4 leagues franchises.
In terms of success that they've had.
In terms of the success that they've had.
And uniforms.
And then Jackson will do the rankings of the uniforms.
Yeah. I would think New England Patriots would probably be 1.
New England Patriots, number 1. Martin, do you think that is correct?
Show me Patriots.
New England Patriots are number 1. Doug Vaughn.
All right.
Yes.
Yes. Geez, we might be up to, I guess the Chiefs, I'm thinking recency bias there. Over 25 years, it probably wouldn't be the Chiefs. Over 5 years, it would be. So I'm not going to say the Chiefs. How about the Red Sox?
Red Sox are number 5.
5.
Red Sox are number 5. The Red Sox won here in St. Louis in 2004, won against the Cardinals again, but in Boston in 2013, and won against the Rockies, very memorable World Series in 2007. And
that one doesn't feel like it even happened.
I think it was a 4-game sweep, and then 2018 against the Dodgers.
It doesn't seem like there's been any real dominant teams in hockey. That seems like that's kind of shuffled around.
I will tell you this, with regard to Jackson's National Hockey League, there is only one team. Check that, 2 teams in the top 10.
Would Tampa be one of them?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Very sharp play.
All right, they won a
Very
couple.
sharp play. They won one in the aughts, and then they went on their Patty Maroon run.
All right. Pittsburgh's won a few cups?
That's correct.
Is that the other one?
No wrong answers yet from Doug Vaughn.
All right.
The Lightning, number 9. The Penguins, number 8.
Okay. The Golden State Warriors have won a few?
Yes. Jackson's happy to hear the association. Golden State, number 6.
Okay. Pittsburgh Steelers haven't had a losing
Pittsburgh
season.
Steelers, number 10.
What'd you put in your Cheerios this morning, Doug?
You're having a big...
I'm just
you
thinking of the
keep
teams.
up last night?
I guess the Braves have won the division, 8, 9 times in the last 10 years, something like that?
No.
Oh, well, they have.
I don't.
No.
Dodgers?
There we go. The Dodgers.
Okay.
I was surprised by the Dodgers being 14th. I would have put the Dodgers up there higher than that.
You think it's a championship count?
Lack of championships,
But I guess it's the lack of championships. It's kind of like if we were doing the 1990s, the Atlanta Braves would have the one world championship, which anytime Smoltz, Maddox, and Glavine get together and do interviews, they're asked about. But they kind of left a lot of short putts out there, Doug. You got to hit your free frozen board.
Well, you do. You do. And you're sure the Braves aren't in there?
I am.
No.
Okay. All right. Yankees?
Yes. The Yankees are in there.
Okay.
Where are the Blackhawks?
Blackhawks are in there.
Where? I'm missing that.
Yeah, they had 3 cups for them.
The
So they had to
Blackhawks
be
are in there. They're not in the top 10.
Did I get number 1? I didn't.
You
Patriots.
did. The Patriots were
Right.
number 1.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
I don't want to disparage Doug's picking ability, but the Patriots was a layup, right?
Yeah, I
was it
thought
not?
was. Yeah, pretty much.
That I think would be the most obvious one. But then after that, I think it kind of puts the man to the test.
Okay, can I have some initials now?
Brandon Crawford maybe texting in.
Giants.
Giants are in there. That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Where were the Yankees, by the way? I know they're in there.
Are they in the teens?
Yes, and the Giants are in there for
This is all from the links. Thank you, Jackson, for
You bet.
sharing the links.
Nice links, Jay.
The Blackhawks number 19 for the record. Giants number 20. Doug, one of your core issues here.
What?
Actually, the Yankees are not in. I take that back.
Oh, no.
That's kind of surprising.
Well, they did most of their winning in the 90s. Right?
Not in the top 10, but they're
in.
Oh, they are in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
11.
The tough thing about this is I'm doing a lot of scrolling.
Yeah, as am I.
It's a bad kind of stuff.
Number 1, the Patriots.
Jackson's fault.
Number 2, the Lakers.
5 titles.
Yeah.
6. What am I talking about? The bubble championship. Yeah.
This one, I think, would have thrown people off, and understandably so, because of what Doug acknowledged, the recency bias, the San Antonio Spurs. San Antonio Spurs, 5 appearances in the NBA Finals and 4 titles, but it's mostly toward the first half of the 25 years. Would you say first eighth of the century?
I don't usually talk
Then
like that.
that
no.
key was a 13 or 14 win with Kawhi Leonard. You can't. It's not understated, man.
Jackson saw an opening.
It's a long-standing dynasty.
The Spurs were a fun team to watch, though, the way they passed the ball and played
Popovich, baby.
unselfish.
Yeah, big fundy.
So I think one of your core issues, Doug, is that 2, 3, and 4 were NBA teams. The Lake Show, the Spurs, and then the Miami Heat. Jackson, you have a problem with the Miami Heat getting in there?
3 titles. When you count.
7 finals appearances.
Yeah, it's the appearances and always relevant. Heat culture is real. Pat Riley, one of the best basketball minds ever.
Heat culture is real.
Yeah.
Chiefs are 7. I know you
Chiefs
brought them
are
up.
7,
Doug.
yeah, after the Warriors, Chiefs, and then we had the Penguins at 8, Lightning at 9, rounding out the top 10, the Stillers. Now, we do have a local franchise that made it. Yes, the Yankees are 11. That's how I
What
missed
about
it.
our club?
There it is. The Cardinals are 24. Cardinals are 24, Doug.
Yeah. That seems about right, I guess. I might have even thought they'd be a little higher.
I would have thought they would have been a little higher, actually. Cavaliers 25, Cardinals 24, Mavericks 23. Jackson, do you feel like that's 3 appearances, 1 title?
Yeah, the title was
that's
impressive.
I feel like that's a little high for the Mavericks, but I mean, I yield to your association knowledge. At the same time, you were 2 when we started this century.
Yeah, they beat that first year the Heatles, so that's a pretty impressive finals win when you just basically have Dirk and Jason Terry. So I'll give them some credit to Cuban and the Mavs.
The Astros are ahead of the Cardinals, ranked 22nd. I don't know. I feel like I don't know if I'm
Is it 2 titles each?
I don't know if I'm on that. The
So
Astros
bad
have
as they
5
were.
World Series appearances and 2 titles. I feel like it's all about did you get to the championship game of your league?
Yeah.
Because the Cardinals won so many damn divisions
Right.
and so many playoff appearances. But, in the other sports, and I guess now in baseball with the goofball playoff format, the division championships mean nothing in the other leagues, and now baseball's going that direction as well. And hey, if that's what people want, God bless them. I don't like it, but whatever. Colorado Avalanche 21, top 20. The San Francisco Giants number 20. Blackhawks 19. Colts kind of struck me as a sneaker on that. 2 Super Bowl appearances with 1 title. I don't get that one at all.
Doesn't feel like top
Brian Henson will be
25.
joining us to give us his thoughts, but
They are the Mavericks of the NFL. That's my take.
I hate to ask you to elaborate on that, but I'm going to.
One title in the century, and a absolute star, no doubt, first ballot Hall of Famer who's like a little less athletic than you'd think. Kind of, I don't know, a smaller. Well, Dallas is in a smaller market, but not the traditional winning teams. Like not a prestige franchise. One title. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I get it.
The Green Bay Packers with one Super Bowl appearance and one title. I'm surprised by that. I don't know what's going on with this.
But I think you'd have to come up with the omission to take their spot. Who's left out of the 25?
I think it's the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
I mean, they've won the division a lot. I guess you got to win a title to.
But that's what they're used. But then when they talk about the Packers being in, they talk about their consistency.
Kind of like the football playoff committee. I don't quite understand the standards here.
The Bruins at 15, 3 cup appearances, 1 title. The Dodgers were at 14. I would have put the Dodgers higher. Cardinals were playing the Dodgers in the 2000s. Jose Lima got them. Was that game 3 in Los Angeles in 2004?
I don't know what game.
Celtics at 13. Jackson, do you have a problem with that? 4 appearances, 2 titles.
One of the most famous titles of the 21st century, that 08 team with Kevin Garnett. Anything is possible.
Why is it one of the most famous?
Well, because
Jackson was 10 and in love with the game.
Well, I think also because that was like the first kind of super team in a way where guys like left to join forces to make like a real super team. And that obviously started an era that is now kind of subsided.
What about the Edwardsville Tigers in 2006?
Shout out to Evil. Shout out to Coach Waldo.
E.J. Jones, Dusty McGuire. Your dad and I were having a big talk about the Edwardsville squad.
Ball players.
This is one that I think, it's not a great topic because I think they're understated and not necessarily fascinating or really well liked. But as far as consistency goes, and always there. And have won Super Bowls, the Baltimore Ravens. They're just always there.
Kind of the Cardinals of the NFL.
And up until the last few years, the Spurs. I think they're kind of teams that don't necessarily excite the nation. Mm-hmm. I don't think the Cardinals necessarily. The Cardinals are back. The Ravens are back. Lamar Jackson, sick talent, but I don't think he's got like a high approval rating, Q rating. Not through anything that he's done. Just I think that's kind of where it is. But they play that style of football, and they've won 2 appearances, 2 titles. They've won nearly 60% of their games and have 15 postseason appearances. And then the Yankees at 11. So there you go.
I'm going to guess the Braves again, and maybe this time I'll get a different answer.
No, this time it's still no.
Because they won the division title.
Are you wanting them in the list? Or are you asking if they're on? Because
some equity in the Braves.
But they're not on the list.
They won the
Just
division
to clarify,
title. They were division title winners in 2000, 2001, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and got 3 other wild card berths.
I think Doug's making a good case. The Packers thing kind of surprised, and I'm not anti-Packers.
This feels like a brand that got rewarded for being...
Especially being like 17th, though. I mean, when you present that kind of evidence with the Braves, I think Doug's making a good case.
And they won the World Series in 2021.
Yeah, 2 all-time quarterbacks for the Packers in the 21st century with Favre and Rodgers. Yeah, I guess only one championship for each of them. Yeah,
I don't think Packers fans would say they should be there.
Well, I think they're disappointed that Rodgers didn't win more. Favre didn't. Each won 1 time, and Favre's would have been before this list.
Yeah.
I love the links, though.
Yeah, nicely done. Jackson?
Tim actually sent me that link.
Yeah, but you know what? Jackson's the one who actually emailed it to you, Martin.
Oh. It's true. CC. Yeah. I didn't include it.
I'm trying to lift him up after the unfortunate incident that is known as the nominees for the year-end awards.
Oh, Martin. It was a bloodbath.
The 10 o'clock hour yesterday. Boy, there were some people
where they didn't like the list that was like we chose
the nominees. They were questioning the process of how people got nominated, and Jackson only could go back to a firm called Mitch and Murray that gave him the nominees.
Yeah. Yep.
Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross.
Gave us, we paid a lot for those leads. Yeah, that was tough. Omitting caller Adam from the caller of the year list, tough moment for me
and for him.
Sure, but I think overall it was a smashing success. The 10 o'clock hour yesterday. Yeah. Critically acclaimed.
Critically acclaimed, that's correct.
Low audience score on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, people just didn't understand it. But, like, the critics were like...
So you're saying the 10 o'clock hour was for the elites?
It was for... Yeah. Yes.
So the Dan Caesar write-up today was very complimentary of you and your work. But people at home didn't approve.
Right. Yeah, they didn't
have ratings to back that up?
Yeah. Yep. They just
don't understand.
Yeah, they just
Jesse Kowski did confirm that her office is filled with little trophies, and her theory is people don't want to pick them up because they don't want to acknowledge, I'm Uncle Sally's rusty shoe. Like they don't want to admit who they are.
Right. Doug is fascinated by he's just flirting with you.
Yeah, and credit to Brian Hench, he uses his real name.
I was going to say, isn't that his actual name?
Yes, the one guy who does.
Also in the links, Doug, we've got Juan Soto hasn't talked to Judge or his teammates. That's sort of interesting. We have got Missouri lawmaker proposing the merger of city-county. I'm in favor of that. Michael Jordan finally sells $14.8 million Chicago mansion for considerably less. He had it on the market for 12 years.
Yeah.
Might have wanted to call it the Jeff Lotman to get that thing sold.
Nicely done. Oh, you set me up. I want you to note, though, that also in the links, Jackson resent the Len Parton idea for the college football.
Didn't we already go over that?
I thought that was...
We're not doing that again.
That was Mandel's take on it. I thought that was Stuart Mandel's take on it.
No, that's the column.
I had to re-sign into the Athletic. Let me tell you, sometimes the Athletic can be a little...
We're going to talk about Lenny Parton's idea.
We already did.
I liked it, though. Let's run it back. Sometimes you have people cycle on and cycle off. That's my bad. I thought that was Stuart Mandel's take on it.
You got seat squatters on planes. I started to read this, but I didn't understand it.
And then the top trending sexual fetish for 2025 is making abstinence great and extremely kinky again.
Yep, chastity.
So you see what goes on if you scroll down through Jackson's links, Martin.
White Lotus season premiere of season 3. I think I'll pass.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you're not on board with White Lotus?
They're going to Thailand.
I think Kim would like White Lotus.
I think is it the hotel?
Yeah.
But the star of the show got killed.
Oh, nice. Spoiler alert. It's an anthology. So
it was over 5 years ago.
It was like a year ago. And
it wasn't a year ago.
It was like 23, and it's an anthology
Doug,
show.
Stay with the Braves take, bail on the White Lotus take.
Yeah, it's an anthology, so each season is like a
Told
different...
what an anthology
There's only
is.
been 2 seasons, right?
Right, so each season, like, you don't have to watch the previous season. It helps a little bit because there's little Easter eggs.
It's a completely different story.
Easter eggs.
This guy.
Kind of like the Fargo series.
Fargo is a perfect example of an anthology.
I think we turned on that White Lotus.
Yes.
Was somebody being violated, kind of?
Yes, I told.
Yeah, Jackson said, you're going to love the ending of White Lotus this week. And I'm like, I know what that means. There's going to be girl action. And then it was the exact opposite.
Yeah, what's the
exact opposite.
Literally the exact
and I'm like, I'm exhausted, but I'm going to stay up for the Sapphos. And then all of a sudden, I'm like,
It was...
Well, it was a game changer in the series. That's why I said it was exciting.
I told you when I was
a young gentleman taking a hard one from like his uncle or something.
Well,
and Jackson's like, isn't it great? Like, what the hell happened here?
It was Well, it was a major moment, you know.
It was.
This is White Lotus.
That's all I remembered about that show. I don't think we watched it.
What I remember is I was told to make sure to wait for it.
But didn't you guys want to just go to that resort in Sicily? Like that resort in Sicily looked like the greatest place of all time.
We didn't go to Horton Walk, and so it's not an option. We go to the lake, and we're excited.
Well, I went to Kirkwood, and I was there.
Yeah,
the tour bus drove us right past it, and everybody wanted to get out and walk around. They've got guards up there saying, no more tourists.
That's
Can't
awesome.
take it.
Yeah.
Tim, maybe we should have gone to public high schools? And then we'd be seeing the world?
Yeah, we missed out.
What time is it?
Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Lotman can help us acquire real estate in Italy. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Yeah, that's Jeff Lotman with Compass Realty. He's been doing it in St. Louis for a couple of decades with $500 million in sales. And if you are looking to buy or sell a home, go to JeffLotman.com. He's with Compass Realty. They have Compass Concierge, and what that does is it sets your home up to be sold. And with their network and their connections throughout the world, they've got the people to come and take a look at your home. And they've got the contacts in the market to help you buy a home. That's what it's all about. It's Jeff Lotman, JEFFLOTTMANN.com. Jackson says this is a Takesmiths on parade yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Belichick going to North Carolina, and his press conference allows for what Jackson has in the dossier, Takesmiths on parade, and that led to Stephen A. Smith fighting with Molly Querim.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
Oh, everybody, every Take Smith in the business is just rubbing their hands, excited for this Bill Belichick
Right,
topic.
here you go. Now, Take Smith's on parade.
A lot
Bill
of memes with
Belichick.
him able to recruit younger players because his girlfriend's like 24.
That's coming your way next. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, you wanted the remix following Glowworm?
I wanted
from
Glowworm
Mills
again.
Brothers. You got it. It's TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura. Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Coming up at 8:15. Robert Thomas with us. Did you gentlemen watch the Bill Belichick press conference yesterday? I actually did.
Missed it.
I actually did. He turned on the charm. I mean, for what he, his ceiling of charm.
He was smiling.
Yeah, he turned it on.
I think this year's refreshed him a little bit. Doing that McAfee and that inside the NFL, I think you're going to see a little more charm out of Bill. Again, the bar's low.
That is correct. Jackson, what is your audio from this?
This is it's a brief Bill Belichick quote, but it's what a lot of people are wondering about with his UNC coaching job. Here, take a listen.
All right.
Pat Welter, WRL. Bill, what do you say to people that fear that if you do succeed here, that you might leave for the NFL again in a year or two?
I didn't come here to leave.
That's the media clapping?
What an industry.
It couldn't have been the media.
No, I guarantee
It's one of those college press conferences where, like, the guys who have a bunch of message board posts on the North Carolina messages sit there and have soft cows.
Well,
do you have to have a certain amount, like 1,000 a month?
And what else would you expect him to say? Would you expect to say, yeah, as soon as the job comes, I'm out of here?
With regard to that specific question, it should be noted if he were to leave before June 1st, 2025, Doug, and for the record, that's 6 months from now. 6 months from now, he would owe $10 million, whatever NFL franchise would owe $10 million that would hire him. But if he leaves after June 1st, 2025, the buyout drops down to $1 million.
Yeah.
So I don't think that was a coincidence as far as his representation negotiating that into the clause.
Right. So he'll be there a year if he has a lot of success.
No.
Maybe 2. He didn't come here to leave now. He's going to be here for a year.
I will say this. We talked a little bit about Seth Wickersham. He's a great writer, ESPN writer. He's written some books, and he's tied in, and I don't know who he's tied in with. My read is Bill Belichick on his story yesterday on ESPN.com. Really a lot of detail on what took place to get it to where he is going to North Carolina. There was a quote from Mike Martz in there. So good. I was actually watching Mike Martz and Jim Thomas on Claib's Online podcast yesterday while I was working. Had that going.
Were they talking Belichick?
They were talking Belichick, so I was interested to see what Martz would say. So a couple of things in that Seth Wickersham article, they talk about Super Bowl 36 and the competition committee and how Martz said something along the lines of he'd like to string Belichick up and hang him by the balls or something like that because the Spygate issue, the falling out between Kraft and Belichick, and then Kraft torpedoing his chances with the Falcons, going from getting multiple interviews to getting to a point where he was like, I don't want to be taking orders from guys who think they know everything, and I've been doing this all my career. And then it getting to a point where he didn't really have an option, that he's going, okay, I don't really care about Don Shula's record for wins. I want to coach, and this is the best shot I got, so we're going to go to Carolina, and we're going to build the system down there, and I'm going to have Mike Lombardi and coaches do the glad handing at the banquets and those kind of, events that coaches have to do. I'm just going to coach football. So that's what the thought process is going into it.
Did Lombardi's work as a 590 insider get him that job, do you think?
I think it's implied.
Yeah. Opened a lot of doors.
That was along the same timeline where we had DeMarco Farr as an insider, even though he worked for the L.A. Rams. I remember a certain guy saying, well, is that a problem? People don't want to hear about the L.A. Rams? I said, they really don't. They really don't.
No, we don't.
Not particularly large fans.
I didn't come here to leave, Jackie. Will you clip that off? Have that ready.
Yeah. When he leaves. I mean, keep in mind that he was hired as the Jets coach, and they were going to the press conference, and he resigned and then took the Patriots job the next day. So, just keep an eye on it. Can force the hands. I think that the job, according to Seth Wickersham, that he thought was going to be in play and was attractive to him was the Bears job, and the Bears held on to former Missouri assistant coach Matt Eberflus, and then following the Thanksgiving Day debacle, decided it was time to move on.
After he had his press conference.
Exactly.
So do you think Belichick ends up back in the NFL? I'm going to say no. I
actually am going to say no as well.
I don't think it's
I thought I'd be on an island on that. Yeah, I don't think, and that's my same reason as well.
I think it's past. I don't think the league, look at all these young coaches. I just don't think he's going to get that opportunity. So him leaving Carolina, would another program poach him? Because a year or two from now he's 74 when you're talking about poaching him. I think he's going to be there for a few years, and I think he'll have some level of success.
The over-under for the North Carolina wins next year, which is intriguing to me, Doug, because there are players in the transfer portal and recruits, and you really have no idea who's on the team, but nonetheless, you can bet it if you like.
Okay.
7.5.
All right.
7.5. Well,
he's to the age where he's going to need a little bit of luck just to stay healthy enough to do a job like that, because that job will wring you out. Those are tough jobs physically on a person. And if he's still doing it at 75 or 76, good luck to him, because that's tough.
But remember, media, if you hear a good soundbite, you should applaud. If you get a great, I do think that's a room full of professors and provosts and Carolina people.
I will short the market on professors. I will buy up the market on boosters.
Boosters, but usually
athletic department officials.
But even when the Cardinals have a big announcement in the back of the room, there's front office types.
Well, there's that. But for you've been to plenty of the Mizzou, SLU, Illinois
boosters, yes,
boosters.
But maybe not professors, but people that are like part of Moon Choi's staff. Or, there's always some administrative types who are like, "Oh, great answer, Coach."
Office of the Registrar.
Yeah, I don't think it's media types. Although I enjoy the thought that it's media types.
Instead, it was the registrar.
And I do like how you have to introduce yourself. Hi, Bob Johnson here. I'm with Tar Heel Gazette Weekly. Yeah, hi, Bob. Like, they don't care.
No.
It's such a tired practice. Like,
What's the background? Like identifying yourself?
Sometimes a PR person who introduces the coach will say, please identify who you are when you ask a question.
Yeah, you're instructed to do it, but I'm saying Bill Belichick doesn't give two rips who you are.
And won't remember you either.
No, and nobody does.
Is it like to prove that you're actually in the media? You're not just some guy in there?
Or like identify, and that way Belichick can decide if he wants to give you the time of day or not.
Doug, Steven Time is not happy with your demand that we know the listeners' names. He says the second the listeners get paid and get 15 weeks of vacation, you can know who we are. That's from Steven Time.
Gosh.
Is there a program that we can conjure up where the listeners get paid?
Paid to listen. That could be coming.
Because I think we'd be really big if it was like, listen to TMA. You can make fabulous amounts of money just by sitting there and listening. I think it would be a good idea.
Gift card, baby. Was Chairman Steve there? Because every once in a while I'd look at the bar, I'd see somebody pounding beers, and I would say to myself, is that Chairman Steve?
Did not see him.
I don't believe I didn't see Chairman Steve.
Well, that was not an excuse. He's not getting paid this week.
He's the defending Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year, but this is now Buck Swope's era. So what do we have here as far as what happened with Stephen A. Smith and Molly Querim?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got a little piece of audio here.
What's the context?
Stephen A. Smith not high on the Bill Belichick move to Chapel Hill, and Molly Querim, who works with Stephen A. often, it seems like she's #had about enough of the song and dance.
Oh, wow.
Of Stephen A.'s song and dance.
I don't know if I would advise that or her counsel, but okay, let's take a listen.
Let me be very, very clear. I don't care, and I'm going to tell you why. Because it's only going to last. He ain't prime time in terms of personality. Bill Belichick is going to go back to being the Bill Belichick we saw with the New England Patriots. Year one, we'll watch him. But after that, please, stop it.
As long as you win, they're going to watch.
Why
the whole time he was in New England, everybody tuned in.
Did people not watch Clemson? You know that, Jay.
Did people not watch Clemson with Dabo Swinney when they were rolling?
It's just not sexy enough for you. Stephen A's all about box office. He wants every free agent to go to the Lakers. He hates small markets. It's just not sexy enough for him. So this is through Steve. This is through. And it's like every time there's a good player that's in like Milwaukee or wherever, you're like, bring him to New York. Go to the Knicks. Go to the Lakers. Let's have LeBron and Steph play together. No, let me finish my point. You don't care about small markets, and for you, it's always box office. You're a New Yorker that's an Alabama fan. It's just not sexy enough for you, but you're seeing it through your lens and not through all football players. I know you don't care about my opinion.
That doesn't give you a license to misrepresent me. That doesn't give you. I like Alabama. I watch college basketball all the time. Kentucky, North Carolina, stuff like that. Those ain't large markets. You're wrong, Molly.
Those are huge. Alabama. Those are huge brands. That's exactly what she's saying.
Alabama, he didn't help himself there.
Terrible defense. I don't just root for the big programs. I root for Alabama football. Kentucky basketball.
You're wrong, Molly.
Doug, caller Adam has a take on it. And Martin, yesterday, caller Adam, who is my wife's favorite caller into this program, was not nominated for Caller of the Year. It was a stunning moment in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota 10 o'clock hour for the TMA year-end awards. And I would imagine he is none too pleased with the firm of Mitch and Murray, who did not list him as a nominee for Caller of the Year. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines Caller Adam. Caller Adam, good morning. You're on 101 ESPN with Doug Vaughn and Jackson Burkett.
Not even nominated, huh?
No, not this year.
Yeah.
Listen, you missed it.
Yeah. So, again, I already said on the fan page, I have a joint venture lawsuit starting with Joe Horvath. And if anybody wants to jump in on it, I know there's a lot of people that have been slighted by Jackson and his little team of people that decide to pick these names. Is Jackson there?
Yes.
Is he on the show?
Sure
is he there?
Yes.
I'd like to talk to him maybe.
Yes. Hello, Adam.
He's been talking to a little team of people.
Your little team that you've established, because you're big now, right?
That's
you're
right.
HD1.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't understand where everybody else came from.
Right.
When we were calling into 590, right?
Mm-hmm.
When no one could even hear it.
Right.
There was not even a podcast version of it. You understand?
Yes.
I'm in there with Tom Schmidt cutting commercials.
I see you.
And you're going to tell me I'm not even nominated?
No, not this year.
This isn't Martin's fault.
Thank you.
Clearly not Tim's fault. And Doug is so aloof, he doesn't know where he is most of the time.
All right, knock it off, guy.
Well, listen here. The only person to blame is Jackson.
You know, you're not wrong,
I got
Adam.
a whole gaggle of people.
What about Molly? I thought she was wrong.
Agree with me.
Well, listen, Adam, you're not wrong. This is the problem with outsourcing some things like that. You know, I called in a firm to help me out, and that's an oversight. If you want something done right, you do it yourself. That's no excuse.
Who are the nominees for Caller of the Year?
Caller Chris.
Caller Chris, who's called in twice.
I think 3 times.
Strong calls.
The Pestis from Festus, Steve.
No, he wasn't on there.
Was he not?
Jackson doesn't even know the nominees!
Yeah, he was. Chairman
he?
Kurt's confirming.
I think I would have voted for him.
Janet.
She called in one time to defend St. Louis against Charlotte, North Carolina.
Sure, she was fabulous.
A sham.
Mr. Licks, who won.
Regular caller.
And then Stephen Wildwood. Oh, and Caller Buzz.
Wonderful callers.
Yeah. So, but listen, Caller Adam not being on there, that's a miss. That's on me. I cannot look at anybody and say that's your fault. It's your fault. No, it's
Don't
my
bow
fault.
down to this guy.
Now, having said that, nothing's going to change. Like I'm not like there's not like a revote. You know, Travis Hunter won the Blitnikoff. He probably shouldn't have, but they're not going to give it to somebody else.
Adam, sorry, you're out.
Can I talk about what I wanted to call in about?
What is that?
2 weeks ago.
What?
Can I get to that point?
Get to it.
So I am circumcised, and where my circumcision scar is, a couple months ago, it started turning white, and I called in to talk about it. I have an update on that. If I may please update you guys.
Doug, you wanted the update on Adam's circumcision.
If it's not too vile.
Of course it's not. People get circumcisions. I didn't have a choice in it. I would love my foreskin back. But I don't have a choice, do I?
New promo, Martin.
You probably didn't have a choice in it.
It's a new poll on the Twitter tweets.
So are you okay
to be
now?
clear, though, is Martin there today?
Yes.
I would like
didn't
to
come
ask
here to
Martin
leave.
if he's new on the dais. Can I ask Martin if he is cut or uncut? Is that allowed?
No.
I'm staring at a picture of Harry Shearer that I forgot to share with the audience. That's my theory. He looks like Buck Swope.
Yeah,
Harry Shearer is Buck Swope.
Yeah.
Take a look.
Very nice. That's a personal question, Adam. You may not ask people that.
You had your chance. You could have been at the party. Could have been at the urinal. That's your fault. You weren't there last night.
I was coaching CYC basketball, first grade. We're doing man-to-man, not
do you
zone.
Coach Caller Adam?
I don't want to say the school on public radio. I don't feel like my wife would enjoy that.
I mean, following up after the circumcision talk, I think
feel
it's
like your
perfect.
CYC credentials could get revoked at any time.
But I wanted to comment that it all turned white, and now it has turned to a shade of pink. So I think it is just I've grown anew, and will be coming back to my normal.
He's gonna have. He's growing his foreskin back, Doug. That's great.
Hey, Doug,
That's
if
a
you want to
holiday
make
miracle.
it red like you always
Okay, cut him out. Cut him out. Cut his mic.
Okay, we've been here a long time. We good?
And he wonders why he didn't get called.
Great job.
Why
Great
wasn't
job.
nominated is stunning, and I'm going to join the dual action lawsuit. Doug, I didn't go to law school. We both made the right choice going to journalism school.
Right. It's much more lucrative.
But I'll have to talk to counsel and find out about these dual action lawsuits.
And who are they suing Jackson personally?
And Mitch
Class
and Murray?
action.
Listen here. People can joke about lawsuits left, right, and center.
Yeah.
You sign. I get one subpoena. You're going to be entering into a world of pain, brother.
Oh, he just came back over to town.
Yeah, I don't need to remind.
Biddles is all grown up.
I don't like to flex where I came from all that often, but just know a world of pain is what you have coming to you.
Martin, that was implied Ledoux power. That's what that was right there.
A lot of lawyers on that block.
That's right. That's right.
Caller Adam and this dual action lawsuit are going to be going up against Jackson.
My block party for my neighborhood looks like a cast reunion of Suits. This is no joke. This is no joke.
What time is it?
You've about had enough.
Due time.
You've about had enough.
Any talk of lawsuits, you don't want me on the basketball court. You don't want me in the court of law.
I was talking to you about that, Doug. This guy.
Is that a shirt?
I saw Jackson's parents, as we made reference to, truly wonderful people last night.
Thank you.
And I said, well, I'll tell you what. Son's a rising star. He's not even rising. He's just a star. Mm-hmm. And your dad goes, yeah, he used to have Plowboy and Iggy to kind of take the shrapnel away from him, but now. And then your mom goes, yeah, and I see that he's getting sued by, and I go, he's getting sued by who? And they go, I don't know, somebody on the fan page said they're suing him. I didn't get a chance to see it. But so you are being sued? Have you been served with these?
I have not yet. I do. It's like the first 10 minutes of Pineapple Express where Seth Rogen dresses up as different characters and serves people.
That's a reference that everybody. Yeah.
Oh, come on, people know Pineapple Express.
No, I don't know.
Electric Avenue, and he's serving people.
Eddie Grant.
He dresses up as different things to fool you, and then he serves you. And I find that funny, but I would not find it funny if they were handing me the suit.
Even Dennis Miller thinks that was a little obscure.
Pineapple Express.
The opening 7 minutes.
If that movie made more than $200 million, I'm vindicated.
We'll find out if Robert Thomas agrees with caller Adam. He's going to join us next. Blues losing last night and Jackson being sued. Those are your headlines here on TMA. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today because we are giving away an 8-game Cardinal pack that includes opening day tickets for today's prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You're new to the show? That's fine. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Any observation, any erotica that you want to send in, it might be voted as the best, and then you win the Cardinal tickets. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, Martin.
It is a 4th-generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and the team making sure this winter you're nice and comfortable inside. If the furnace is not acting right, you know what that means? You type it and hit that little button and go to 72, 73, but it's sitting over there at 60, 61. It's not working properly. Get the folks from Design Air out to check out the furnace. The repair team will make the repairs. That's it. They're not there to sell you something. That adds to the stress. When you call in somebody to make a repair to your HVAC unit and they try and sell you something, you need a repair. That's what Design Air is all about. Get online, set up that appointment, and find out why TMA and Design Air, they just go together.
They do.
Longest running TMA supporter. Go there anyway. Since 1904, that's when it all began for Design Air. They take that reputation seriously, and you'll find out why when you set up that appointment. Could be for a little tune-up. Never hurts to do that. Or if you're in need of repair, set up the appointment. It's designairservice.com. Designairservice.com. Support the sponsors. You need help with your furnace, call the folks at Design Air.
Joe Horvath, who is representing caller Adam, has just texted in. Careful, Jackson. Thanks, Joe Horvath. So, Doug, this is now really starting to intensify.
So, what's Joe Horvath's real name?
What did you say? You shouldn't come after you on a basketball court or a courtroom? What was
you don't want me on the basketball court. You don't want me in the court of law.
Wow.
Now, you do want me on the racquetball court. I'm no good at racket sports. Everyone knows that, though.
Ray King is on the Callier and Thompson phone. Doug, this is a huge segment for you. You get caller Adam and Ray King, who tried to make out with you last night.
Yes, he did.
Good morning, Ray King.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hello, King.
How we doing?
Oh, we're fine. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. Just got done with my morning skate. I got a couple follow-ups here.
What?
I met Jackson last night, and I think I can beat him in basketball. I'm 36, but whatever. He doesn't look that athletic.
Jackson just said not a chance, Ray King.
Let's put it together.
Well, make that happen. Doug,
I saw the way he took his tequila shot with no hands, so I know I can beat him.
Oh, wow.
The second follow-up to caller Adam, I was next to Martin in the urinal, and he is indeed cut.
Okay, we don't need this conversation.
Oh, well, I'm just, calling like it is.
Yeah,
Doug.
I mean, this guy's a reporter, Doug. He's a news hound, just like you.
Why are we peeking over there?
Oh, he's a famous sports anchor. I got to see what he's working with.
Okay.
I described you, Ray, earlier as a handsome trucker because I thought you had kind of a trucker look with a flannel and then like a vest over it, maybe.
Yeah, I try and spruce it up for the boys. I'm a good-looking guy, I guess.
Nice.
I don't know.
Speaking of handsome trucker, Doug, do you think we could hang out? I could be a lizard lock for you and maybe sit on your face?
Okay, put him down.
That's unfortunate.
Put him down. Cut his mic.
It's unfortunate. Thank you, Ray King, though, for the call.
This is a sports show. This is supposed to be a sports show.
That's what I keep texting
Listen
in.
to what it's become.
Robert Thomas will give his thoughts.
Oh, no.
Are we transitioning into a...
He's going to join us. This is TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett manning the ones and twos, Chairman Kurt handling the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And right now it is our pleasure to welcome to the show from your St. Louis Blues, Robert Thomas. Robert, good morning.
Morning, guys. How we doing?
Good. I'm sure you're exhausted. That's the nature of the beast. Game last night, the road trip thing. So if you could, explain to a bunch of slap asses like us how it is that it can affect guys when you're playing a bunch of games out west and then you wind up flying back the following morning after Vancouver, and then you got to play a game because everybody following the game was talking about how you knew it was going to be tough after the trip. How does it actually impact players mentally, physically, that you know that it's going to put you to the test?
Yeah, I think sleep schedule is a big thing. Just your body's still so hung up on the West from being out there for so long, and it was really hard to get going. And then you saw it in the third period when we really came on, and I think Monty said it exactly how it was going to happen. We just need to be smart the first two periods, and ultimately we made too many mistakes to come back from.
And then you get that goal to 3-2, and they scored right away. And again, it's not a metric or anything analytically, but it does seem like there's always a goal right after a goal. Is there anything to that, Robert, how you guys can tighten up after getting a big goal?
Yeah, obviously frustrating. You feel like you get all the momentum, and obviously they score. It's happened a couple times, and I think when you're trying to come back, you feel like you score one, you can score the next one right away, and sometimes you kind of just gotta focus on continuing the momentum instead of taking risks to try and get another goal. But I like the way we responded right after. I think we scored one or two shifts after that, and kept our foot on the gas and had a ton of chances. So just too much to come back from.
You think that's what it is? You score a goal and you keep thinking offensively and allow an odd man rush?
Maybe. I don't know. I didn't really see what happened on that play, but our whole bench is excited. You score a big goal, you get within one, and you're thinking you can tie it as we've kind of been taking it to them the whole third period, and just a little mistake from what I heard, but nothing too big.
The thing that stands out to me from the post game that I kind of like, but maybe some fans are frustrated by it, I don't know, is that number one, I got the sense that you guys in the third period, even though you go into the third period down 3-1, not only, I think, expected to still win, and I think that's a really healthy place for a team to be, as opposed to, of course, the opposite. So you're expecting to win, and then with that final rush and hit the post in the final, 20 seconds, that there's an expectation that kind of like that game against the Flyers 2 Saturdays ago at the Enterprise Center, that going to tie it and still going to come back and win. So I think that that's a good place for a team to be. Am I correctly surmising where you guys are going into the third period down 3-1? Hey, we're still going to win this thing. Minute left, don't care. Paul Bennington still going to score. We're going to tie this thing. Is that where you guys are now? Is that the mentality of the team?
Yeah, I think we've had some good comebacks this year and have a lot of confidence in that. And 100% going into that third period, we all believed we were going to win that game, no doubt in our minds. And we came out and played like that. Even when they scored, it didn't faze us. We were right back at it. Walker's line comes out, gets a good ozone shift, and then we score, like I said, one or two shifts after that. So we had a bulletproof mindset, and it's something that as we grow as a team, we're building it. And I think that having that aspect of it is so important, as you really feel like you're never out of any game.
And tell us about Macklin Celebrini, coming into the league, top pick, that he's going to be good. Has he been as good as people expected? And how much do you know about a guy like that when he gets drafted? You hear the name, I'm sure, but what's your take on his young career?
Yeah, obviously a great player. He really is like a line driver. You can put anyone on his wings, and he can really drive that line. I said it to him on the ice. I said, holy crap, you really love playing the Blues. Second 3-point night against us, and he's a tremendous player. I knew nothing about him really until I played against him, as he was a college guy, and what a special talent.
Would it help if Jackson called him early in the morning, maybe on game day next year? That way we can maybe try and I know it's worked as good luck for you, but maybe we can try the opposite with him.
Yeah, maybe a 7:30 radio call would be great.
Yeah, Jackson, there you go.
Jackson, write that down for next year.
You say jump, I say how high.
On the West Coast.
On the West Coast in particular.
How much do you talk to players on the other team? I'm sure you know a lot of them personally from playing with them and against them. Do you ever, during the games, waiting for a face-off or something, do you talk very often to the other players?
Sometimes, yeah. Depends who you're playing against. Some teams, a lot of guys, so you seem like you're talking the whole game, but it's always fun. More so, not really talking, more so, making fun of the other guy or telling them how, sometimes it's like, I got you on this draw for sure. I usually say that with Brady a couple times. When he's on the power play, he's always taking it against me. So, sometimes it's nice to have a little fun out there.
Yeah, and then 2 minutes later, you may have to fight him in front of the goal somewhere. Does that ever get odd, kind of weird?
Not really. At the end of the day, hockey's hockey, and you gotta play hockey.
How satisfying was that road trip through Canada? We talked before it how it's a tough test with all those teams, playoff contenders. You win 3 of 4, and then even Cam Jansen and I think Curves were talking about how the bonding for really everybody on the trip. What was it about that trip where it did seem to all come together?
Yeah, it was an important trip. I think the schedule we had out there sucked, and obviously there's a bunch of good teams that we had to play, and to go 3-1 was really important, not only for our season but for our confidence. And I feel like that helped us as a team grow a lot. We had some downtime too, and I think we used it well. Whether it was watching football or doing a team dinner, those things are really important, and I feel like it showed on the ice. And even last night, it showed when we're down, we came together as a team and found a way to make a strong effort and almost tie it up. So,
has Booch wrapped up that fantasy football title? Is that now over?
No, it's playoffs week 1, I think, right now.
It
right?
is playoffs week 1, Arn. It is.
Yeah, something I definitely don't have to worry about.
Rough year. What did you guys had like 4 nights in Edmonton, right? Is that what it was? 3 or 4 nights?
Yeah. It was 4 nights, actually.
So, I know I respect, of course, the room and the process, and we've got to keep things inside. But, loosely, what can you tell me about how you spent the 4 nights in Edmonton?
Yeah, well, ever since the bubble, that hotel haunts me.
Right. Yeah.
It's got a bad place in my head. But yeah, we had a good Sunday football day with all the guys got together, had a team dinner and with the trainers and stuff, and those are always a ton of fun. So there's not much to do in Edmonton, but we spent it as a team, and you always find some fun when you do it like that.
And now you got to play at Dallas tomorrow night because Sebastian Maniscalco needs the Enterprise Center.
Is that why, Doug?
Yeah. I bet that's the last thing you want to do is get on another plane right about now, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. Probably one of the lower end things I want to do, but we're playing really well on the road, so might as well go take down a big rival.
How does it work as guys actually, because as fans and media, I think we look at schedules and we go, oh, this is going to be a tough stretch right here. I mean, you could have looked at this back when this thing came out months ago and go, man, December is going to put these boys to the test. You're now in the midst of it. Number one, are you guys aware of it? Do you talk about it? Theoretically, it can lighten up at other points in the season. You never know how teams are going to perform, but this time, anytime you have a big road trip like this, then you're back home quickly after a trip in Western Canada, and then you got to go back out again, and you got some tough teams. Is that something that's a conversation amongst your teammates?
Yeah, we definitely are feeling it. Definitely knew it was going to be tough going in. I don't think you really realize how tough it is until you kind of get into the stretch of it, and but at the same time, that road trip was so big for us. I think it gave us a lot of confidence going on the road against good teams. We obviously have Dallas now, and then you look at Florida, Tampa, who are great teams as well. So we're excited for that challenge. We're excited to get back on the road and continue to try to grow our game as a team.
9-7-1 away from Enterprise Center, and have been playing really nothing but teams in the mix for the playoffs as things stand right now. Even the Sharks are just 3 points back of the Blues. A good test here, and it does not let up, man, up until the Christmas break. That is for sure. It is non-stop with the Blues again back in St. Louis playing on Sunday against the Rangers. Robert Thomas with us here on TMA. Robert, we know you are super busy, probably super exhausted. We appreciate you getting up with us and talking it over. Best of luck tomorrow night in Dallas, and keep things going, man.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks. It's Robert Thomas with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Hey, if you would have looked at the schedule back in, whenever the thing came out, and you went, oh, boy, a Western Canadian road trip, back in St. Louis for one, then out to Dallas. You knew Dallas was going to be a good team. And then you come back from Dallas and you got to play a Sunday late afternoon game against the Rangers, another team expected to be pretty good. Couple nights off, back at it on Tuesday. And then you got the Lightning and the Panthers. Sweet mother of mercy, Doug.
One of the worst things about traveling, for me anyway, is packing. I hate to pack.
Do you unpack? Can I ask a question, Doug? Do you unpack completely when you get to the hotel, or you live out of the suitcase?
A little of both. I unpack some of the stuff and rifle through the suitcase when I'm looking for something else later.
Do you bring your own pillows like me? I bring 2 pillows.
Of course not.
What?
I don't, because I'm a man and I can live with whatever pillow they give me.
Do you really pack pillows, Tim?
2 of them. Both of them.
What?
Oh, it's such a turn on for my wife. Oh, you got both your pillows? That's hot.
In your suitcase? Like that fits all?
That's right.
Takes up a lot of space.
Yeah, well, so do my lifts.
That's right. And the phone books.
And phone books, yeah. This is a heavy suitcase.
You can't ever find a hotel pillow that's satisfactory to you?
Doug, as you know, because you've used it, I have a Tempur-Pedic pillow.
So what?
They don't have Tempur-Pedic pillows.
I like the idea of Tim having a separate self-care suitcase for his pillows and lifts.
You don't become a finely tuned athlete and, of course, sports talk radio host without the utmost care.
That's right.
Now I regret not asking Robert if he travels with his own pillows.
I think he would have hung up right then.
I don't think that would go over really well.
I think he would have hung up right then.
The hockey guys dress really well, so a 10-day trip, you'd have to pack a lot of suits, sport coats.
Yeah. And then you get back and they're wrinkled and maybe need to be dry cleaned. Such a hassle.
Yeah.
Maybe they have assistants, or some have wives that can help with it, of course, but it's a chore to travel like that.
I pack my own pillows.
You do. Daddy.
That's because your wife says, you're packing your own pillows, pal.
Doug, can you tell us about Mark Milton?
Mm-hmm. Well,
was he there? He should have been there.
Yeah.
Probably had some folks there that might have needed IRS help.
You may need someplace to rest your head if you have IRS problems, so maybe you do need a Tempur-Pedic pillow. Well, right now I'm talking about IRS issues. If you have one, you could have a serious problem, so this is who you go to. You go to Mark Milton. If you're facing any kind of IRS tax liens or bank levies, wage garnishments, maybe a criminal investigation, heaven forbid, the godforsaken tax man not fooling around, and they don't, so you need a guy in your corner that knows how to deal with him, and that is Mark Milton, and the STL tax lawyer. He provides a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about sometimes on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is one of the best in the country, and now he helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems right here in St. Louis. If you have an IRS issue, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, hey, IRS, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. And it should not be based solely on advertisements.
Stunning development. A number of people supportive of the traveling with the pillows, and some of our hottest listeners for that matter. I also use Tempur-Pedic pillows. I don't travel with them, but they are the best, just like Tim. That's Eric in the Central West End. And Jackson, you say he's attractive, but you're not attracted to him.
He is. I mean, and that's, Tim's obviously an attractive man. And when you have Eric as well, maybe this Tempur-Pedic thing has some legs.
Beauty sleep. So you're saying the pillow leads to enhanced looks.
Yeah, Mr. Licks, as Doug, you said he was beautiful, actually.
I never said that.
Holy crap, I do the same thing as Tim with my Tempur-Pedic pillow when I travel. He's right. Hotels never have him. That's Mr. Licks.
Please.
And he is hot.
So it's a whole separate suitcase with 2 pillows jammed in there.
No, I jam them in with my clothes and my lifts and the pillows.
And that's
the Tempur-Pedic is a great mattress. It supported me and Doug all night, and we get rough.
Oh,
that sounded like a live read.
It sounded like
I'm surprised by their copy.
It sounded like you were reading off a prompter.
Yeah, maybe that was from Sports Sunday, like in 2004. It had to be alarmed.
Yeah, it's one of those feature stories that raised an eyebrow among the management.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Huge prize today for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. TMA giving away an 8-game Cardinal opening day ticket pack for the 2025 season. This 8-game ticket pack includes tickets to opening day plus 7 other weekend matchups, including the Yankees and the Dodgers. You can get your tickets right now at cardinals.com/holiday, and you can win them today at 10:45 by winning our Design Air heating and cooling email today. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Wonderful news, and I'm talking about wonderful news regarding one of the most beloved sports personalities around. We will have that for you on the other side of the break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brian Krupp.
Stressful time of year, looking for holiday gift items. Here's something that can relax you, a good massage. And take the stress out of shopping by giving your friends the gift of me time with a Massage Envy gift card. They can use it for a massage, a facial, a stretch session. You can get a great deal now until the end of the year, December 31st. Now is the time to get those Massage Envy gift cards. When you buy $150 in gift cards, you'll get a free $40 promo card in return. You can use that for yourself or just add it to someone else's gift. Great opportunity to give the gift of me time, a massage this time of year. Perfect way to take the stress out of the holidays. It'll relax you. Enjoy the holidays more by getting yourself the massage and then getting the gift of me time for your friends or family. $150 in gift cards. Get the free $40 promo card in return. Massage Envy, where better begins. This offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms do apply. See franchise locations for details. This holiday season, give the gift of me time.
You're Eddie Grant?
Yeah.
And Jackson's Pineapple Express reference. Here you go. I got to tell you, this is the jam.
This song rocks.
This is the jam. 83, you think?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Maybe 82.
So, well, I always have a one-year birth either way. So I'll go... God, you know what, Martin? I don't think it was 84, so I'm going to go 82 to get me 81 and 83. And that's where I am. Final answer.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
1982. Yeah, this is kind of the jam.
Eddie Grant is 76.
Yeah.
He'd be a good surprise guest.
Yeah, Eddie Grant will
He'd
join
be
us
surprised
coming
if I reached out to him.
Coming up on today's program, Joey Vitale, friend of the show. We're only 8 days away from his Christmas party that I'm going to and you guys aren't.
Don't care. Don't want to go. When is it?
Next Saturday. And the Colonel, Gabriel P.D. Armand. I think Gabe's miserable, right? I know Gabe's never really, upbeat anyway. That's why we get along so well. But, God, he's got the transfer portal. He's got to, read through, 17 and 18 and 19-year-old social media subtweets, figure out where they're going to school, if they're leaving Columbia.
All this stuff probably helps his business, though, because there's news.
So maybe the Colonel is happy.
Could be.
It really sucks for the coaches, except they make $9 million. So,
that's what the money's for.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, if you're... take your pick of whomever and you're not one of the 12 teams in the playoff, I mean, now you see how the bowl games get even less and less relevant because the coaches are working on this. They don't give a damn about that exhibition game in Nashville against Iowa. I get it. I don't blame them. That's across college football. Doug, we're a week away from Notre Dame and Indiana, 7 p.m. kick in South Bend. How do you do?
I'm fine. It'll be a fun game to watch.
Can't wait for it. And then we wake up on Saturday morning, and what do we got? SMU, Penn State. It's the 11 o'clock kick.
Yeah.
And then what do we got after that, Jackson? Clemson in Texas. And then we got the nightcap, Tennessee and Ohio State.
Do you kind of wish that Penn State was the night game, given the location?
I think it would have gotten it had they not gotten the opponent they have.
Right. Like if it was Penn State, Tennessee.
Night game all day.
All day. God, that would be so cool. Oh, my God.
Well, you guys
and then you'd be happy because Tennessee wouldn't have a chance in the whiteout, would they?
No.
Dr. Brandon Pryor had come right after you for saying that. He is a big Tennessee fan, and me and Dr. Brandon Pryor were talking last night at the TMA Christmas party about the Volunteers. I got to tell you, I think the Volunteers are live, and I'm not real high on the Volunteers, but I think the Volunteers are one of, I would say, 8 teams that I think
picked them to win.
Can win the whole thing. Yeah, just because I think it can be wide open.
Will you guys watch all those games? Will you sit there for 11 or 12 hours and watch
it's always, when you got, you've been there with young children, and that's what I have, so you never know. But if that were live, I could see what I could do is I could go over to my parents' house. My mom will be happy to play with the boys, and then I can sit there with my dad and gamble on the games.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful family weekend.
That's a holiday. That's a lovely holiday.
My wife has the day to herself. She can go do whatever, and I'm sitting there gambling with my dad. My mom's playing with the boys, and we're watching football. Doug, there it is. I just mapped out next Saturday.
For 11 or 12 hours?
But then I got the Joey Vitale party. So
He'll
I
have
got
the game
that
on.
until...
He'll have the game on.
Well, you better believe he will. Yeah, so
and still have Flames Oilers going. Joey, what's going on with the... No, we got some NHL over there. Will you just walk in and hand your mom the youngest kid, and literally just hand it to her? Hey, Ma, good to see you. Happy holidays.
Yeah, season's
Kids
greetings.
were asking about you today.
Season's greetings. Dr. Brandon Pryor's 100 West Elm. Mention Dr. Brandon Pryor to Brandon Pryor. TMA, I'm going to give him my name. You get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. I am telling you, and I think it's maybe the way that insurance is set up, where people go, oh, okay, well, I mean, there's medical insurance and then there's dental insurance, so they're two separate things, but that's not the way that it actually is when it comes to your health. Poor dental health can actually impact the rest of your body. So if you haven't been to the dentist in a while, schedule online at 100westdental.com, and you will see the offices, and it does not look like what you think of when you think of a dentist's office. It is new, and it is impressive with all the latest technology. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff, and they were there last night. A number of people from his office were there, in addition to Dr. Brandon Pryor and his wife. 100westdental.com. Mention my name. You get $1,000 off Invisalign. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Dick Vitale. Have you guys interacted with him in your careers?
I have.
Yeah. I mean, I just can't say enough good things about him. I really can't. Both of my interactions in person, and also have had him on. I guess it was this show. Maybe it was the show I did with Edmonds. I don't remember. But he's just so upbeat, so positive, and he's been battling cancer. I feel like for years now. And yesterday, huge day, as he got his scan to find out how things were going. 85 years old, and he got news that he is cancer-free. He said Santa Claus came early. Amen.
Wonderful.
And we love that Dick Vitale drops on this program.
Tyler Perry, Izzo, and if Pacino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, we're going to be jumping with joy.
And then we got to rigatoni pretty quickly. We went from coaches to pasta rather quickly.
I interviewed him once, did a live interview. He was here for some function, and he said he'd do a live interview, so he's standing there with me. We're making small talk before the live hit, and I'm asking him questions, and I'm getting one-word answers like, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm fine. And I'm thinking, oh, no, there's something wrong with him.
Comes the red light.
Yeah, and then we started talking about, oh, he's Missouri, Harry Truman, Mark Twain. I thought, what are you talking about?
Sorry, time is out.
Yeah, it was the same way. The same way. He just exploded on the air.
I was watching before the Mizzou-Kansas game on Sunday. I watched a little bit of what time it was when Missouri beat them in 2012 in Columbia. And on the call of that game was Dickie V.
Oh, he had to be in heaven in that.
And it was great just because, like, you look back at that and, like, he still has the same energy when he called it 20 years ago, 10 years ago. Right now, it's, like, such that infectious energy. And that you could be not a big fan even of, like, some of his calls, but you have to, like, acknowledge his energy and passion for sports, not just basketball.
Well, the Rays, I love the fact he's loyal
every game. He's at every game. I have a buddy in Tampa who's like, you go to the Rays game, he's in his seat every single home game. The exact same seat, just watching baseball.
I bet that has something to do with why he's able to beat cancer. Because he is upbeat, he stays active, he's positive. Yeah.
I mean, there have been so few drops. And the ones we hear are like the same 10 ones, in fairness. That's from Jackson's drop auditor in the YouTube chat. Doug, they're just relentless.
Right. You don't have to worry about what you say because no one's listening.
Oh, come on.
Is that Matt Holliday?
Back it up a bit. Don't really care.
I'm in the news, sweetheart.
Chuckles. Wow, let's get that into the heavy rotation.
They say he's even popular in Europe.
Oh, who do you think is the best consensus voice in each sport? I don't know if I know what that means.
I like that.
That's on the list.
It's on
that. Who do you think is the best consensus voice?
I think some people don't enjoy Dick Vitale, but from my standpoint, for a college game, like the fact I didn't know that he was on the call of that 2012 Missouri game. I don't think you have to be a hardcore college basketball fan that if you were watching that game, it was a ridiculous game. Yeah. And the fact that he was on the call, you know, it made it even bigger.
Yeah, that was Missouri was number 4 at the time, and Kansas was number 8. God, that was what a time to be alive.
To see some of those games when he was so big that he would go crowd surfing before the game.
SLU, Butler came to town. It was the Billiken Blizzard game, if I'm not mistaken, and Dickie V was in St. Louis calling that game. It was awesome. I think it was the year after Butler went to the title game.
Gordon Hayward off the backboard.
Oh, just another couple centimeters, Tim, and glory for Mr. Hayward.
Yeah. 2010, was that 2010?
I don't know the years,
One of the most gruesome injuries I've ever seen when he was on the Celtics. That was tough. But Dickie V, the consensus best voice, like I'm the same way.
What do you mean by best, like most popular or like representative of the sport?
Like right now, who do you think people would say is the best voice in football?
I mean, I think, especially since we're in this, that it's so subjective.
Totally.
I feel like Jim Nance is kind of the guy right now because the CBS,
I'd say.
But the CBS games are feel like the premier games right now. They keep getting that late window best game. I don't know.
Speaking of that, did you see where the last game the Chiefs played? I think it was Sunday night in Kansas City. They did like an 82 share of the 82, and the market that had the second most viewers was, guess what? St. Louis. Watching the Chiefs. Beat out New York, L.A., all these other markets. St. Louis is glued to the Chiefs.
Clark Hunt is a business gangster.
Yeah.
He's the Don Corleone
He
of Missouri.
wins this one, for sure.
They used to do stories in Green Bay during a Packer playoff game. They would send a camera to the grocery store to see if anybody was in there because everybody's watching the game.
Yeah. I'll tell you this. I mean, I'm not on board with the Chiefs, but I know plenty of people in the audience are, and God bless. I don't care one way or the other. It doesn't affect my life in any capacity. But we were able to, and most of the people listening to the show were able to live through what it was like when you had an NFL team firing on the cylinders like the Chiefs are, and the Chiefs have sustained it much longer than the St. Louis Rams did, and it is the best. It is a kick in the ass for the city. You know, it really is. It's a great thing. So I'm happy for Chiefs fans that you're getting to experience this. And the thing is, I don't necessarily see it coming to an end anytime soon, even though they are certainly dancing with the devil week in and week out with their close wins.
Well, when the Rams were in their heyday here, they were more popular than the Cardinals there for a while.
And every time we get that baseball town thing, I'm like, man, we were here and we were covering it, and they were. Don't you agree, Martin, that they owned the town more than the Cardinals? And the Blues were good at that time too.
Yeah, especially '99. So McGuire had already happened. I know he was still here, but the Cardinals weren't in the playoffs 3 straight years, and then that Rams thing happened. Cardinals got back going, but at that point the Rams had sort of established themselves with Warner and Falk, and I think they were bigger. Cardinals were sort of 1B there for a while. Even going into 2001, the Cardinals had been back in the postseason. The Rams were huge.
We had the whole town doing the bob and weave there for a while. Remember that?
Got to go to work. Billy Long had a little wheelbarrow, I believe.
Got to go to work.
Got to go to work.
It's the best thing. So, I mean, when I want to see the Chiefs and Lions play, or Rich Gould's guy, Nick Sirianni.
Piss up a rope, Orlovsky.
And go with the another Chiefs-Eagles Super Bowl. We've already seen the Chiefs-49ers twice. We, of course, were not watching it because we were at the TMA Christmas party last night at Hot Shots in South County. For those of you who are in attendance, thank you for coming out. Great crowd, and thank you for bringing the new unwrapped toys for Annie's Hope, the charity we were working with, a wonderful organization, which Jay Randolph Jr.'s longtime girlfriend, Amy LaBelle, works with. And it was so great to see the number of toys that were brought out by listeners. But the TVs were on the Blues game. If you were watching at home last night, that 49ers-Rams game, 12-6, Doug, your final.
It was so bad, one of the 49er players refused to even go in the game.
That's right. That's right.
No thanks, he said.
Yep. They had a bunch of injuries to their linebackers. I assume this will be the Take Smith's delight today, Jackson?
Yeah, but it's almost like it's tough to have like the oppo take. Be like, no, he was right. You shouldn't have gone in.
I see.
You know?
That's interesting. You're right. I guess you got to
like when you do something so egregious, like refuse to go into a football game, it's tough to have like a take.
They lost a bunch of linebackers in the third quarter last night. The 49ers did. And then Kyle Shanahan tapped Devondre Campbell on the shoulder to enter the game. He declined. And then in the fourth quarter, he walked to the locker room with a towel over his head without playing a snap. Shanahan was asked what happened. He said, well, he told me he didn't want to play.
How's that going to go over?
George Kittle's one of the happy-go-lucky guys. I mean, he's a fun guy to pull for from my standpoint. I don't really give it, have a loyalty to the 49ers one way or the other. And he goes, yeah, that's not going to play well with us. There are people who would die to be able to be out on that football field. If you're on the team and you're dressed and you say you're not going to go out there, especially when you got guys hurt, that's that. So that'll wrap that up.
It might wrap up his career because he was kind of a borderline player to begin with. Yeah. It's not like this was a star.
Yeah.
This was a guy you could cut and send the message to everybody else. Well, better not do that.
I'm sure the agent is saying today, how am I going to get you another job? Calling other teams like, yeah, this is the guy. Was that the guy who didn't want to go in?
Yeah, he walked off. Kittle said it's one person making a selfless decision. I've never been around anybody that's ever done that, and I hope I'm never around anybody who does that again.
Well, now, Iggy said he refused to go into a Brentwood basketball game late. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's like 30 seconds to go, and he said no, he wouldn't go in.
That's your time to shine.
The only thing
he didn't walk off the floor.
No, it's the only thing we can compare this to.
He's smoking a dart at the end of the bench. Legs crossed.
Guys, the Chiefs section for clothes was 3 times the size of the Blues section at Costco and Baldwin this week. That's from Driver Rob. Well, I mean, I don't blame Costco. It's supply and demand. Doug, guns and butter. Yep. Guns on the Y-axis and butter on the X-axis?
I'm not sure which axis.
Supply and demand, and if people want to buy it, then the stores are doing the right thing by putting it on for their supply. So that's what people want to wear. We had our first winner last night, another 20-something female last night at the Christmas party. She was wearing a Chief stocking cap, and I called attention to it, and she was booed. But, hey, there's more people in St. Louis cheering for the Chiefs than there are cheering against them.
I think it's easier to be a casual NFL fan than a casual baseball fan.
No doubt.
I agree 100%.
You can watch a couple hours on a Sunday, especially one of the best teams in the league has been the last 2 years, And they're close. Yeah, I get it. I understand it.
I think that's probably a little different when it comes to football, college football, I'm sorry, because there are loyalties, whether it be to rivalries or to your own school, of course, or then it kind of, especially with the SEC and Big Ten right now, there's a little bit of a conference thing going on, like a conference North versus South Civil War thing going on. So I would imagine Missouri fans will be polling for SEC teams. Illinois fans will be polling for Big Ten teams. And so when you get a chance to see those conferences play each other in the college football playoff, that even goes on with the bowls. I would imagine that's less so now. Like, the SEC's record in the bowl games, at this point, who really gives a damn? But in the college football playoff, I assure you people will be tracking it, especially if Georgia, Tennessee, and Texas make a run. It'll be like, see, South Carolina or Ole Miss or Alabama should have been in there, as opposed to if SMU or whomever gets blown off the field. And that's the nature of the beast. But I think it's a different deal with NFL because it's just a part of American culture. And you don't even have to be a big sports fan to be sitting around watching a football game on a Sunday afternoon, or now Monday night, Thursday night. Doug, it's omnipresent.
Even bad matchups end up being good games. That's the thing. Terrible matchups. Oh, I don't want to see these. Oh, wow.
Like the Browns and Broncos 2 Mondays ago.
It comes down to a field goal, a late possession. There's always a team with the ball. There's always a controversial call right at the end. You can't turn it off.
There's also a number of plays in every NFL game. You go, oh, wow, did you see that? Great pass, great hit. Great run, whatever, and you don't always get that in other sports.
Last night, one of the rare exceptions in a 12-6 game, but fortunately a player walked off to say he didn't want to play. So that was our highlight from the festivities last night.
So he did come here to leave?
He did come here. He did. Belichick did not. Drops of the week are coming up, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Huge prize today, 8-game Cardinal pack, and that includes tickets to opening day. Send your emails in. Chairman Kurt will filter them. I'm going to make sure we go to the emails at 10:45 to give us 15 minutes for the emails. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Maybe a new TMA listener in the 101 audience finally breaks through the fortress that is Buck Swope. I mean, Doug, it's tough to beat Buck Swope. That's why he's the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. But maybe there is a rising star out there who claims the opening day Cardinal ticket package. You can get yours at cardinals.com/holidays. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This program is The Morning After. This is the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Celtics take down the Pistons last night, 123-99. Pritch better have my money. Peyton Pritchard, 27 points, 10 assists. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug's favorite Sports Center update is the Pritch better have my money.
What does that mean?
Peyton Pritchard, man, 27 points, 10 assists.
But he better have your money. What does that part mean?
It's a paying homage to Rihanna.
But it's really AMG, and then I think AMG actually sampled Big Daddy Kane from the Smooth Operator album. Was that 80?
I don't know the years.
Martin, I'm going to say 88, 87, 89.
Well, art inspires art, and so...
Is this a life lesson we're about to get?
We are once again.
It always builds upon itself. There's always building blocks. Shakespeare, you could say, is one of the biggest building blocks in all of art. And then you build upon it.
It kind of went downhill from there, though, didn't it? After Shakespeare?
I would say it contextualized with history.
Clip that off.
You know,
what's going on here? It's like Quinn Snyder's running the board.
We at the art house this morning.
As the world turns, the
wonderful
art follows.
soap opera.
Yeah, but I was alluding to a Rihanna's song.
Okay. Better pay me, Pritch? Is that what it was?
Pritch better have my money.
Pritch better have my money.
Pay me what you owe me.
Warrison Woods Wacko says, can I pay the station to not have the Virgin do the updates? Maybe read the phone book in lieu of dead air. That's from the Warrison Woods Wacko.
You can pay me. Yeah, I'll just take the payment, I guess.
I think that'd be Yola.
Would it?
Is that Plugola?
Is it payola to pay someone not to talk?
That's interesting. We'll have to dig into that with the FCC.
Probably.
In the meantime, the FCC is monitoring this. It's our drops of the week.
Morning After.
Drops of the week.
Yeah, you gotta drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Clip that off.
Does your mom end up on the dance floor at Fieldhouse?
I want to put him on a rocket and launch his ass somewhere.
You walk up and say, how's your furnace working, babe?
You know, Martin, you said something really dumb the other day.
Give me a question I should ask Ollie Marmol.
Ask him who will be our fifth starter.
Yeah, we do have the best fans in baseball.
Little hamburger meat hanging out.
Hamburger meat?
What is the point?
Well, you don't need fries.
No.
I can't even believe it.
All right, Tim, that's annoying.
Surprise you from behind.
Is that a cousin of Scott's wrinkled ball sack?
They are some of the most knowledgeable fans in baseball.
Very fluid, boys. Very fluid.
That was Drops of the Week. Drop.
Tell me you don't feel good about the career you've chosen, Doug.
Well, I thought there might be something with
a lot of media laughs today. A lot of media laughs this week.
The fifth starter. Tom Hart made an appearance.
Yes, two different drops.
Yeah. Talked about his mom on the dance floor.
Fieldhouse.
I forgot what the context was on most of that.
That's kind of the fun of it. Yeah, it really is. Things get homogenous.
Drops of the week. Who puts that together? You or Chairman Kurt?
I do.
Nice.
Yeah. Well, part of
you had a big week.
It was a big
week. To handle the nominees, you and Mitch and Murray for the year-end awards.
Consulting.
We had the Christmas party last night. You got Drops of the Week.
Yeah.
You got the Friday six-shooter coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, plus Gabe. And Joey Vitale's coming up here in a matter of moments.
Yeah.
Well, Doug, we got it all. And then the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today in which we're giving away Cardinal tickets that include opening day tickets. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is how you can win our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Jackson, I'm going to tell people about Jason Gosrow's company. He was at the Hot Shots in South County last night for our festivities. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the app on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL app. Download those apps. You can listen to the program anytime. Listen to BK and Ferrario, the Fast Lane, 101 ESPN, and go back and podcast the segments. They're separated out for you. Chairman Kurt does a wonderful job naming the segments. The interviews are separated out. You timestamp. That's huge, brother. As a big podcast guy, I love when they're timestamped. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to doff my cap to you, Chairman Kurt.
Are you?
I'm going to go full Paul Skeens for it.
Wow.
That's how much much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, fellas.
Is that the laser cap? No.
That's the Cardinal fan, thrilled that his team's being no-hit and standing up and doffing his cap to Skeens. Schaefer Door is online at SCHAEFER door.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. And at this time of year, when it's as cold as it is out, that's when the garage door springs break. Now, the first time that happens to you, go, what in the world was that? You just hear a big crack, and then the door drops to the ground, and you're like, what just happened? I can tell you what happened. The spring broke, and then Jason Gosserow's company, Schaefer Door Company, you text them, and they come on out, and they fix it. You go to SchaeferDoor.com, or you call or text the number they set up for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. That's Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door, a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer. Joey Vitale coming up with us, friend of the program, and Gabe DeArmond in the 10 o'clock hour. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day as well. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. It's a program that wants you to get involved. You can pick the route to get involved. Collier and Thompson phone lines. Caller Adam called in. Doug always enjoys hearing from him. And
well, not
King.
really.
Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Text in, I would say that's probably the most popular. Is that the most popular, Jackson?
Yeah.
Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And then you got the YouTube chat. And that's youtube.com/TMASTL, but there's also a 101 ESPN chat. Chairman Kurt, have you ventured in there to see what's doing in that 101 ESPN chat? Because you say that's a dangerous place to go?
kind of like just downtown, not a lot going on. I peeked my head in there this morning, not super active. Came back over to the 63109 where I belong.
Which is youtube.com/TMASTL. Yeah.
Can Kurt give us a little backstory on the Biff exchange? How did you end up coughing up your own personal cell phone number?
Well, like I said, I hadn't even taken my jacket off last night, and Biff and I just haven't been able to get on the same page with the phone calls. I told him, I'm bouncing around from in here by the phones to the production studio. Plus, it doesn't ring. I have to actively be looking at it. And he came up with the solution. Shout out to him that if he just texted me directly to let me know he was calling in, I could be ready for his call. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Hey, Outback Steakhouse got a good salad.
There you go. You get calls like that.
The Baldwin Beer Bitch was texting into the show asking for the call-in number. She said she was there with her husband.
I didn't get a chance to meet her.
I did.
And she was a delight.
Well, sure she was, yeah.
I took a selfie with her so she could send it to the
Mike's not on!
Jackson. It was up. You just didn't turn it on, brah.
The light's green.
It was because I just turned it on.
Jackie,
okay, well, you know what?
You're mean mugging today, man.
Mean mugs and shoulder shrugs.
Well, Ray King was talking about my athletic prowess, and that got
you riled up.
You guys are going to have a one-on-one.
You know what? I champion you all the time. So for you to come at me like that, I'm not real happy about it.
Wow.
Like that, Jack.
It's like A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
We got a problem in the room.
What's the problem?
Brandon
Production.
Got a problem in the room.
Please continue, Kurt. I apologize.
Yeah, I just took a selfie with BBB last night so she could send it off to the DC Dime. We're in talks about running with the Bulls in Pamplona summer of 2025.
Wow, big plans, Doug.
I have to be honest with you. That just seems like a very dangerous enterprise.
I can't wait. I've been talking about doing this for a long time.
There's people get run over by those bulls, right?
Gored.
Yeah. Would you rather get gored or run over by one?
Run over?
969.
Well,
I don't know. If it weighs 2,000 pounds.
What, am I getting trampled or just
yes,
just
you're gonna
ran
get
over?
trampled.
Okay. But gored, I could start leaking.
Tramping as well.
Well, I don't
You
know.
get smushed.
Yeah, that's.
You guys are really taking this to great detail.
If a bull ran over your head, I think you'd get squished like a grape.
I kind of like the bull running outfit, though. It's like that all-white suit with like the red scarf thing.
You may go do some judo later in the day.
Yeah, I kind of like the look.
Mm-hmm. You got to hop over a fence.
But they've been doing this for over a century, Doug. Only 15 people have perished doing it.
So is that right? Really?
Yeah.
Well, I would have taken the over on that.
But how many people were, changed forever afterwards?
Injured.
Like became eunuchs?
Yeah, that's
kind of specific.
They'll give you an extra hole real quick.
Do you have that number? BaseballReference.com. Jackson, what is the Francesa audio about his WFAN Mount Rushmore? It stands out to me on the dossier. I'm ignoring Shams Charania response to Jimmy Butler's agent.
Oh, that was good stuff. That was actually good stuff.
Is that?
Well, I think
I know, but you have to acknowledge your interest level in that is probably higher.
I think it goes a little outside of just basketball. I think more sports media. When you're talking like a guy says that that wants to be traded, and then the agent of the player is like, no, this is wrong, you're false, and it goes like on a rant about it.
So we're used to agents saying, yes, my player does want to leave the Cardinals. And in fact, he's willing to go, okay, he'll go anywhere.
But I like the Francesa stuff.
All right, here we go, Doug.
Hit the lever, please, Pale.
And really appreciate it. Yep. We just did this before you came on. WFAN Mount Rushmore. Give me your top four.
Come on, how can you ask me that?
Well,
do it,
Mike. Come on, Mike. Who better to ask than you? I mean, mine was. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay. All right. One big rock. Me. That's it.
Yes!
That's all.
Yes,
come on, Mike.
No, listen, seriously.
Hey, you gonna chisel out a little pebble from there?
He would later go on. It's a longer clip. He would later go on to credit Don Imus a lot, but I did make an edit. These things are popular on social media. Is make an edit of somebody saying something, and then like some music comes up, and you play like a graphic clip. So I'm going to pull up my edit that I made of that exact quote.
Oh, Doug, look at this! A little producing here from Jackson Burkett.
Why do we need to see your edit of the quote if we just heard
I guess we're about to be handsomely rewarded.
Is this what CBS did with Kamala Harris?
Huh?
Where you edit the interviews?
One big rock, me.
Here you go. I got to take it off YouTube. Sorry, there's some copyrighted music.
Oh, how about that? Now you hear it, Doug.
Okay. This is how the kids are playing these days, is it?
So be in the clubs.
He can't because when he said it was like such a mic drop moment that I felt like it needed a little music behind it, and I liked the work I did. I also pulled a clip that I really wanted to play with that because anytime we do Francesa, I think it's right to play a classic Francesa clip.
Ooh, what are we going with?
One of my absolute favorites. It is Francesa talking about the Kansas City model, something we were just talking about with the KC Chiefs. It's him. A caller was demanding that he thinks that the Jets should use the Kansas City model. Here's what Mike had to say.
They have got to follow the Kansas City model.
What is the Kansas City model? I've been in the Super Bowl in 50 years.
It's winning games, Mike.
Wait a second. How did the Giants follow the Kansas City model? The Kansas City model, they won 22 games before they handed it in 2 years to Mahomes. The Giants have won 8 games in the last 2 years. How is that following the Kansas City model?
He's out of breath.
If that's what they need him to do.
Well, how is he? So wait a second. You just said his job is to break in the next quarterback.
If that's what the organization needs, and that's what they need now, Mike, the Kansas City model is the way.
What is the Kansas City model? Explain to me what the Kansas City model is.
Michael, I'm trying to.
What is it? Tell me what it is. Explain the Kansas City model. I'm listening.
All right, the Kansas City model has been incredibly successful for
What is it?
the past couple of years.
What is it?
The Kansas City model, Mike. They've been incredibly successful, like you said. They've won like 9 games.
What is the Kansas City model? Explain it to me in words. What it is.
Well, Mike, I know you're not interested in the mathematical equation.
What is it?
But it's winning as an organization and everyone doing their part.
No, it's not, you dope. It's not anything like that.
It's one of my all-time favorites. Oh, it never makes.
Do you think the caller?
The caller wasn't ready to be challenged on that.
Just didn't have the material to back it up, or just was enjoying
total troll. It was a total troll. He knew going into it.
Do you think so?
100%.
I don't think that was a troll.
You think he just kind of melted when pushed?
I really do. Now, there's the other ones where you can tell people are calling in just to get them going. But I think that guy was being serious. I really
Michael.
do.
That was my favorite.
That's why I think it was a troll, is because he calls him Michael.
I don't think so. I'm gonna have to disagree on that one. I know we can never get the real answer. Here's an example of one, Martin, that would be in the troll category.
Give me one moment.
Oh, no. The timing is everything in this business.
I know. Hold on.
Santa is man.
Warwick, what's up, Dan?
Hey, Mike. I just got a question about the Giants. In your years of experience, have you ever seen, how the San Francisco Giants were once the New York Giants? Has there ever been either a franchise to franchise or maybe even player to player get together when San Francisco comes to New York? Like, do they ever say hi? Maybe, I don't know, go out to dinner or something?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
Is there ever any interaction when the San Francisco Giants come to New York or vice versa?
The San Francisco Giants come to New York and do what?
Have a game.
They play against the Mets, and what do you want to happen now?
Do the New York Giants ever reach out to them, either the players or the franchises?
The football Giants?
Yeah, the football Giants.
Well, what is the connection between the San Francisco Giants and the football Giants?
Well, they used to be in New York, and they got the same name.
But they have nothing to do with each other, though. There's no connection. They have different ownership. There's no connection between the two teams. I mean, there's no connection in any way between the two teams. They have no relationship. Do you think because they're Giants, they're like brothers or something? That might be the weirdest question I got in a long time.
Yeah, it's up there.
Well, it's important to take it serious.
The thing is, he would get those all the time. He would hang up and then right back, Frankentotal. He would just run it right back.
All it is nonstop phone calls for 4.5 hours, making $5 million a year. Doug, you'd have been happy to do it.
Sure, let's do that.
Yeah. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-01.
Except we don't talk to anybody.
01. They call in, they yell at us. They troll us. That's what happens on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Email and Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Huge prize today at 10:45 with the Cardinal 8 8-pack ticket, which includes opening day tickets for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Email in. 101 ESPN listeners, now's your time to get involved with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Cardinal ticket packs are on sale now. You can get yours by going to cardinals.com/holiday. But today, somebody's going to win an 8-pack, which includes your seat for opening day, plus 7 other weekend matchups, including the Yankees and Dodgers when they come to town. So that's what we got coming up at 10:45. Joey Vitale coming up at 9:30. Gabe DeArmond at 10:15. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. This is the Morning After, and this is a program that is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 101 ESPN YouTube. Go to the TMA STL channel, subscribe, and you can talk it over with the Friends of the Feather. They're in there, Doug, and they're talking it over. That's MD 2020, Chester McNaughton, and Bishing About Sports, along with Chairman Kurt's in there.
Is he really?
And you say, don't think I'm going to make it, Scorsy. Did you get invited to something, Chairman?
Scorsy was asking me if I was going to be making my way to the Music City Bowl. And I don't think I'm going to make it this year.
Missouri sold out its ticket allotment.
Really?
How about that?
How many they get? Is it 10,000?
I don't know. I just
6?
I'm pretty sure I saw that on the Colonel's site, Power Mizzou. No.
Huh. Well, it's a fun city.
Yeah, it's a fun little travel.
Right down the road.
People really give a damn about the game, but yeah, just to be able to go. Hopefully the team wins 10 games, whatever, Holidays, a lot of people are off.
Bowl bound?
Bowl bound, that's exactly right.
We go to bowls around here.
Following War Eagle. Munganast and Design Air, loyal sponsor of this program. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day. Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com. Man, it was cold this morning. If you run into problems with your heating service over the weekend, don't go, oh man, we are just doomed until Monday morning. No. You go to designairservice.com and you work with Seth Goldkamp's company, which has been a loyal and longtime sponsor of the Morning After. Longest running sponsor of TMA, matter of fact. That's 10 years of supporting this show. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. And you can do so by going to designairservice.com. Doug's a client. Martin's a client. I'm a client as well. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at designairservice.com, sponsor of our email of the day. Doug Munganast is also a longtime sponsor.
Well, sure, and we're happy to have him because this is the great place to go if you need any kind of work done on your car, whether that's regular maintenance or you need major service. Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota are the places to go, one on this side of the river and one over there in Illinois. Always someone there to take. You didn't have to buy your car there. I don't know why you wouldn't. They've got a fantastic selection of new and used cars. You ought to go to their website, check those out, or stop by the dealership and look in person. If you need your car worked on, we've got a number that makes the muckety mucks accessible to the listeners. Here's that number. Please write it down. 314-252-00.
Did they write it down?
Yeah, writing the darn thing. Here it is again. 314-252-0029. And that will 314-252-0029.
Martin's writing it down.
Straight to the muckety mucks. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, Ryan Seiberg. I believe I saw Ryan Seiberg there.
Peter Munganess, too.
Yeah, Ryan Seiberg and Peter Munganess
I
were
didn't
there.
see Peter, yeah. So I guess they didn't see me because they didn't recognize me because I was in the Santa suit. But they'll recognize you, especially if you call that phone number, and they'll take great care of your car. I've taken my car. A lot of us have taken our cars there, and we bought cars from there. Just a fantastic dealership, and you'll be saying, hey, I got a car guy now. I don't have to go anywhere else. I don't have to worry if I need a new car, a used car service. I know where I'm going. That's Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota. So you're saying, shut up and give us the website. Here it is, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
There it is. Missouri former 5-star recruit Williams Winery has announced Nebraska is where he is going. He is going to Nebraska. He is ranked 5th this morning on ESPN.com for the ranking of the best players in the college football portal. He is going to Nebraska. Are you doing okay with this, Jackson?
Yeah, I've accepted. I mean, it is what it is. Part of the deal now. It cuts both ways. You get awesome transfers sometimes, and sometimes the awesome recruits you got head out. And that's kind of the nature of it. You can't bring new guys in if other guys don't leave. So that's kind of the unfortunate nature of college sports at the moment.
Miller Moss, who is the former USC quarterback who visited Columbia this week, is ranked 9th. Doug, the colonel, has to monitor what these young men do with social media, and a lot of buzz yesterday because Miller Moss followed the Missouri football Instagram account.
Oh, he did.
Well, uniform reveals. You know, he knows.
That's right.
He knows.
Well, he may be 9th, but he would be the most important guy as a starting quarterback.
Yeah.
So Miller Moss is ranked 9th. Another one that is of interest, and Gabe DeArmond, who will be with us at 10:15, said there is some real momentum, and Missouri fans got to see him just a few weeks ago. Kevin Coleman, who is from the St. Louis metropolitan area and was at Mississippi State this past year. Gabe says this one is moving quickly, and he is a wide receiver. So you could see him making a move to Columbia from Starkville.
St. Mary's, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Big-time recruit.
Yep.
I think it would be easy to poach players off teams like Mississippi State. I would look around at the teams at, what do you call them, Tim? Butt-ass?
Butt-ass,
And
right.
see who the good players are and say, you want out?
Yeah.
And then write the check.
Yeah, that's going to happen almost every year. You have a down year, a really down year, and you're in real danger of losing the good players you got.
That's the deal. That's the nature of the beast. Gabe with us at 10:15. Joey Vitale with us next, talking about the Blues' loss last night, and I'm sure a variety of random things because that's just the way it works when Joey Vitale's on the program, and we like it that way. It's next, Joey Vitale here on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is the Morning After, and it's 101 ESPN. And Doug, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program friend of the show. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Will you?
I don't even care no more.
Okay.
That's right, because I know he's a friend of the show. On the Callier and Thompson phone lines, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Vitale. Morning, Joey.
What's up, boys? Friend, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I thought friend to me though is, even though I'm not on your show last Friday because of the holiday, you still give me a ring-a-ling, or was that the? But I didn't hear from you guys during the Thanksgiving. Was that a couple weeks ago? I mean, good friends would probably still call me even though you guys aren't doing the show.
I agree with you, Jackson. Why didn't you call Joey that Friday morning we were off?
Well, I was getting reps in here, obviously, because, I'm dedicated to the craft.
Right.
And so it was all NBA all the time.
Oh, you did 4 hours of NBA on 101 ESPN?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you weren't terminated about 15 minutes in.
I know. It was tough. But people were really vibing with it,
I'm sure they were.
Well, I think it cuts both ways, Vitale. I think if you were a friend of the show, you would have skipped the Blues game and been at the party last night, the TMA party.
That's the right call, Martin.
Easy, Santa. Don't get your panties in a bunch just because you're not invited to a Christmas party. We don't need. Me and Martin, we're dueling right now. He went to a CBC auction. Of course, he was the MC because the 7 guys before him couldn't make it.
Oh.
Wow. And he's been. I got more texts that night than when I had one of my children about how apparently he was bad mouthing me and my Christmas party and the invitee list. And so yeah, me and Martin we're going toe to toe right now.
No, what really happened? I took a photo of the Vitale jersey.
Didn't you send that to me and Joey?
Yeah, because
it is right by the restroom.
Joey referenced that it was right by the bathroom, and I said, "Oh my God, it really is." And then a guy came up to me and said, "Yeah, I know, Vitale. You don't want to go to that party anyway." So he's with. I started
Someone
my
else got
own
snubbed.
alliance against the party. No smack was talked about, although we might have had a Sid Crosby jersey. I said that's Vitale's buddy, but we have a Joey jersey that's a silent auction item. In other words, it's very silent, the bidding. I love Joey.
This is unfortunate, isn't
No,
it?
this is a fake duel.
This is
It's all
Kate
good.
on
What
Kate
time
crime.
next week? I'm sorry, what time is the arrival time?
We decided to postpone. Here's the deal. You're too pure, Martin. You're too pure to come. I only invite the degenerates because of what happened.
I guess that's why I got the nod. Then.
Yeah, now it's starting to make sense.
I guess that's why I got the nod. Joey, thank you for your time this morning. We always enjoy the conversation on Fridays.
Are you
with,
wrapping up already?
Joey Vitale. No,
Say
I'm
goodbye.
just doing a smooth transition
I thought you
into
were saying
last
goodbye.
night. No, I mean, if you got other things to do. Jackson, by the way, when he called you, Martin and I used to say this about producer Joe, not Joey Vitale, back in the day in the morning grind era of the program, that he would have little side conversations with our guests, and we called it the mini grind. And Jackson said he thought one of your children answered the phone this morning. What was going on?
Yeah, I have no idea, but I almost think we had really good content. We should start a podcast, me and Jackson.
Oh, wow. Well, he's got incredible hockey knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, if we can pull him away from the NBA highlights, we might have a little time to do it. But
Nice.
no, I was at the grocery store and I answered the phone. I was just doing that self-checkout thing, and I guess I answered the phone and my voice was high, and he thought it was one of my kids. I mean, I am nervous. My wife's birthday's tomorrow. There's no lose-lose situation, fellas, like your wife's birthday. You can't win on these days. So I'm trying to get a cake. I'm trying to do the candles, and I'm trying to make it right. I'm just waiting for me to screw up somewhere along the way tomorrow. It's going to happen.
When you get the right present, do you ask them? Sometimes you have to let them do the shopping.
I do that. I think that's the right move.
And then wrap it up and they act surprised. Oh, it's just what I wanted.
Just give a cool gift card.
A gift card won't cut it. No, they won't go for the gift card, I don't think.
No, I'm kind of a spontaneous guy. It gets me into trouble quite a bit. I was really cheap a couple years ago on Christmas, and a lot of my, everyone gets their wives purses and jewelry, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to be a sentimental, quote unquote, cheap guy this year. And I took all my kids to Pottery Hollow in Kirkwood there, and I put all their footprints on this big plate, and I made all their feet reindeer, and I put a bunch of light bulbs and pine trees. And we decorated it, and we said, "Merry Christmas, Mommy." And I'm thinking, oh, man, I am going to smash this out of the park. It is a $20 gift. It is sentimental. No dad's spending the quality time with their kids doing this. I'm definitely going to get lucky Christmas night, no question about it. And it all came undone. All her friends got, Chanel purses and, Louis bags and diamond earrings. And she kind of shrugged her shoulders. So that one didn't work out.
Wow, really? She didn't. Wow, that I got to tell you, I'm hurting for you with that anecdote.
Thank you.
I really am.
Can we record that? You saying that, and then can I send that to her?
Yeah, I'm kind of heartbroken with the time, and I mean, I would never do that. Wouldn't cross my mind. Even if it did, I'd go, I'm not doing that. And I only got 2, and you've got, what, 10, and you went and did that. And, and what was her? So she just kind of goes, "Oh, okay, thanks. Wow."
Yeah, she doesn't hide it well. She's an honest person, and I could tell she didn't like it. I'm like, oh man.
Oh, where's the diamond, pal? Where's the diamond?
Exactly.
So you probably went shopping later again, right, to make it right the next day?
I had to make it right.
Yeah.
Of course I got to make it. I don't want to be sleeping in the doghouse.
No. Did she smash the plate and say, it's bad enough, I got to raise these brats?
That would have been outstanding.
I think to your point, she wants to not think about the kids every now and then. Now I got this plate front and center every time she's eating. She's staring at their feet. You're right, Martin. That's probably what it is.
Well, we got a solution here. The recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Joey, you need a reservation at Olive and Oak. Mark will take care of your wife. Not like Tim takes care of mine. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. Gosh. So, Doug, what a wonderful offer that is. Mm-hmm. So I guess you got Olive and Oak taken care of as a makeup gift for the birthday? Well, so that's
be a big hit there.
Yeah. It's a nice little... Are you guys going somewhere for the birthday dinner tomorrow?
Yeah, no, I got the Blues game. I got the Blues game tomorrow.
Oh, so you're on the road. Are you on the road, or are you back in for TV?
No, I'm doing. I'm on the big show tomorrow, fellas, with the TV side of things. So, but I'm in town. But that's the other thing too. I'm not going to be around for her birthday very much, which is again, it kind of really puts me behind the 8 ball where I already know I'm going to screw this day up. So, a lot of pressure. I'm looking forward to Sunday. Looking forward to the recovery. It usually takes a good 300+ days to recover before the next one.
That's a bad beat. And then you got another game on Sunday. My goodness, boy, you are in a tough spot. Yeah. I always enjoy that Curbside podcast, and I like when you and Kerber are breaking it down, following the game, and I like it's just kind of honest. And I could tell, and Martin and I were talking about this in our 7 o'clock hour. We could sense a little, for lack of a better term, disappointment. You were saying, hey, you can't expect to do what like the Predators did, or what the Oilers did, or what the team did in 2019, and just rattle off a bunch of wins. You got to get these games. You can't be satisfied with going 3-1 on the road trip, and to play a team that's kind of a lesser team in the Sharks and play the first couple periods that way, you're leaving one out there. Your analysis, and by the way, I appreciate the honesty from you boys on the podcast.
It's true, and I said it before the Vancouver game, on the final game of that last road trip they came off of. They had a 2-1 record. And I think there were some people out there saying, after that third game, you're 2-1, you're thinking, okay, let's go to Vancouver. Worst case scenario, we leave this road trip 500. And I sense a little bit of like acceptance of that. And it just kind of dawned on me like, this is a team that cannot be accepting a 2-2 road trip anymore. I mean, maybe if you were 6, 7, 8, 9 games above 500 and you had a good start to the year, certainly the Dallas Stars can walk away from a 2-2 road trip and be fine. The Florida Panthers can do that. But not the Blues anymore. We're approaching mid-December, and you're still at 500. And, you have to sometimes just take a step back and break things down analytically that, because you get so consumed with the process of, we're playing good, we're doing some good things, the power play's clicking, we're getting good goaltending, and, we are moving in a good direction. And that, to me, is what Jim Montgomery's all about. He's all about the process, one day at a time. And that's great. But if we're talking logistically, are we going to get into the playoffs this year? Well, you have to figure numbers. I mean, numbers are what it says. And 14 games over 500, that Tim, is going to be probably the benchmark to get in when it comes to April. And right now you're at 500. So if you stay around 500 come January 1, it's going to take a Nashville Predators run. And those are just so rare. And that's where I think that you look at last night's game, you come off this road trip being 3-1, you win that Vancouver game. And even Jim Montgomery said it. He said, listen, we got to win this game. 3-1 is much different than 2-2. They do. They win that game. It was a great game. And then you come home. What do you have to do next? You have to pile it on. You have to keep bringing it. Now all of a sudden you go 4-1 in the last 5, and those are the stretches you need. You got to put about 4 or 5 of those stretches together, 5-1, 6-2, in order to really push yourself over this hump. And I think the St. Louis team has really good spurts and moments where they're there, and all of a sudden they let off just a little bit. I mean, it was not a great start to that game. They fell behind. They really couldn't recover.
They had another one of those moments where they scored to get back in it at 3-2 and then give up a goal 30 seconds later. What do they need to do to try to prevent that? Because it happens a lot.
Well, I tell you, actually it happened twice. There's 2 2-on-1s. One for Celebrini there, and then, of course, Jake Wallman, the former Blue, takes advantage on the other. So 2 2-on-1s burn you. If you look at it and you really break it down, what is going on? How do we allow 2-on-1s to hurt us like that? Well, Jim Montgomery is adamant, and I applaud it. He's adamant about having the defenseman be aggressive and pinch hit the offensive blue line. Let's look at that. Let's look at that goal that you're talking about, Doug. Right after Braden Shen makes it a 1-goal game, ton of energy in the building. Hockey Fights Cancer Night. The captain's on the board. He's had a little bit of a dry spell. He's pumped up. The crowd's into it. You're in the third period. You're 1 shot away from tying this thing up, even though you didn't play a great game. So all the momentum's going your way, right? P.O. Joseph, that next shift in the offensive zone, he goes to pinch on that far side, right in front of the Sharks bench. He goes into pinch, and I think a common fan would be like, why is he pinching there? No, that's what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to pinch. Jim Montgomery wants these D to go. They want him to be aggressive. They want to pin and hem guys in, and they want to hem the Sharks in last night, like they did for big stretches last night. The issue becomes when the forwards don't read, the defenseman's now pinching, the puck is stalled, and now there's a battle. And all of a sudden, there were 2 forwards, I believe it was Sod and Holloway on the play. Instead of recovering and coming underneath and being on the defensive side of the battle, they both went into the battle. Now, the problem with going into the battle is if that puck squirts loose like it did, all of a sudden there's no one back. And that's what happened with Celebrini there and, of course, Jake Wallman. And Jake Wallman ends up tucking it away to make it 4-2, which really was the dagger of the night. I know the Blues got the next one. They kind of made it close. They hit a post late. But those 2-on-1s really burned them. And I think that is just the plays away from the puck that Jim Montgomery is constantly focusing on about how to bring the details to it. It's not the pinch. It's not the aggressiveness. It's not the battle. It's not the compete level. Those are all great. It's got to be the intelligence. We have to recognize as a defenseman stepping down, and for Holloway and Sod in that position, someone's got to recover. Someone's got to go on the defensive side. You have to allow the battle to happen, but you have to be the safety valve in case it doesn't go your way. Of course, neither player was in that position. 2-on-1s end up hurting them and burning them, and that to me was the story of the game.
And Joey, is there such a thing as just a bad matchup? Something with the Sharks against the Blues? Does that happen sometimes where other teams, for whatever reason, do you see that in hockey?
I think you do, Martin, and I actually think that they started to buck that trend, though. I mean, you go back to last year, if there was one team that you could say was the villain and why the Blues did not make the playoffs, it was the San Jose Sharks. They struggled with them. I forget the percentage, but of all the wins the Sharks had last year, a large sum of their percentage of the wins was because of the St. Louis Blues, as the Blues dropped them all, and they gave points away in all 3. So you look at how that was last year, and that was certainly the story of the summer. We couldn't beat good teams, or couldn't beat bad teams, including the Sharks. There was a back-to-back road trip last year with the Chicago Blackhawks and Columbus Blue Jackets. Right around this time in December, they dropped all 4 of those points. They don't scratch and claw for any of those. So between those 2 and then the Sharks series, it really was their season where they fell a little bit short. Now this year you come in and you're hoping for a better result, and they've gotten it. It wasn't pretty in San Jose. They actually had a 3-goal deficit coming into the third, and they win that game in overtime, so that's a bonus. And then you come into St. Louis, and, of course, they win that game in a shootout the last time they played them here a few weeks ago. And then last night, it ended up not going their way. I will say, though, this San Jose Sharks team it's an interesting group. They give up their goaltender, who I think it's clear that they want to continue to go down in the standings because they want to continue to rebuild. But they're heading in a really good direction. I know that they are low in the standings. You can never take a team for granted. But I even talked to Braden about this after their second time they played them. That Sharks team's going to be very good in a couple of years. And I'm telling you right now, that Macklin Celebrini, he is a player. Yeah. I mean, you watch him, the way he strips a puck, the way he actually was a defender a lot of his earlier career, so he knows how to defend. He knows how to play 200 feet. He's got a snarly little attitude. He's got an incredible shot. I think right now, so much attention has been given to Connor Bedard over the last year and a half. This Celebrini is already ahead of Connor Bedard, and I think he is just going to continue to progress. You really look into how he grew up with his father. He was around all these stars growing up. That means something. And look no further, if you don't know what I'm talking about, than what the Kachuk boys did here in St. Louis. Look at Matthew. Look at Brady. Look at how they're just bona fide leaders, now Stanley Cup champion with Matthew in Florida. These guys, when they grew up here in St. Louis, they were constantly around the rink. They were constantly around the Billy Guerins, and, of course, the Pavel Dimitras and all these players. They were constantly at practices and morning skates. When you're around that, you get so familiar with it. And Macklin Pellegrini, being around those stars as a kid, same thing. He was around a lot of stars growing up, of course, being out where he was with his dad. And you get used to it, and all of a sudden it's less of an adjustment when you get to the National Hockey League because you've kind of been there, done that. And you have that attitude, and he's an incredible player, and he's been a lot of fun to watch, and he's going to be exciting. The fact that he's on the Sharks and the Blues are going to see him quite a bit here over his career.
Yeah, he is fun to watch, and he has unfortunately been a thorn in the side. That's good observation on why he is having the success at a young age already in the NHL on both ends of the ice. Joey Vitale with us. He's got a big weekend, his wife's birthday, couple of games. He's still recovering from Martin's unfortunate comments last week at the CBC auction. The Blues have a tough test here before Christmas, and I think Joey Vitale has an even more difficult test with the wife's birthday, the Christmas party, and responding to Martin. He's up against it.
Who's got a tougher stretch, the Blues or Joey?
I think Joey does. I really do. I think Joey does. I mean, yeah, you got the defending Cup champions and more road trips, but, this Joey Vitale's up against it. We're going to find out a lot about this guy over the next 10 days.
It's all about the challenge and all about the response, boys. You know that better than anybody.
Wow.
Challenge and response.
I like that. That's the words to live by.
Write that down. Write that
Martin
down.
is actually writing it down.
Somebody at the party last night, I was sending myself notes about all these fine people I was meeting, and they said, you really do write stuff down. I said, I'm like the movie Memento. I'm constantly...
He is, and you were doing this way back when we started. No laptop. He's always writing it down, Joey, so
that's
you'd
so
be proud of your boy.
I get that from my dad. My dad would always quote people and act like they were his quotes. Never forget...
It's a Tony Soprano move.
Yeah, when he had cancer, he's like, Joe, don't ever forget this. Cancer may rob my body, it may take my mind, but it will never take my soul. You ever heard anything like that at all? I said, Dad, I think Jim Valvano said that. And he goes, no, he sure did not. I go, Dad,
that's outstanding.
I pulled it up.
He's delivering speeches.
Did you refer to him as Coach V?
I think I said Jimmy V. He goes, who's Jimmy V? I go, it didn't matter.
Who's Jimmy V?
Wow. I mean, how about, did he ever bust out a Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall? I mean, Doug, these are...
Reagan, tear down this wall.
And Jackson is going to issue an apology for immediately comparing an Italian-American patriarch to a mob boss. Jackson, go ahead.
I apologize to the Italian community.
Thank you.
Mainly the Vitale family.
Thank you. Is that good enough, Joey, or would you like a little bit more?
That's it. That's all I need. I think we can break bread at Canetto's down on the hill here relatively soon.
Nice. Good call.
If you ever go to Canetto's, there's one thing about Canetto's, and I'll leave you guys on this. I know you guys are terrible about getting out on your break time.
Flip that off.
Not wrong.
You and Jamie Rivers are on the same page.
Sometimes it's the guest's fault.
Yeah.
If you go to Canetto's, notice one thing: there's no windows. There's no windows in Canetto's. That's where all the mafiosos used to go, and they felt protected.
Really? And this is a guy in the cement business telling you this. This is good.
This should have been the whole segment.
Yeah, we buried the lead, kind of like the reincarnation thing yesterday.
Fox 2 just called for the clip.
Joey, we always appreciate it, man. Have a wonderful weekend. Happy birthday to the missus.
Hey, you know what? I'm just going to say it. You guys are the best. You guys have a great weekend.
God bless. How about that, Doug? How about that? Even after Jackson attacked the Italian-American community yet again. The Irish Catholics and the Italian-Americans. It's Jackson Burkett. I'm telling you.
I think I'm a little bit of all of that, so I don't really know if that's that or not. I don't know if I'm against myself.
Some of the best dogs are mutts.
Think about that.
That's what I am, big time.
Email in Designer Heating and Cooling. Email today is an hour from now with these Cardinal opening day tickets. That's big doings. Well, I was emailing with that Mark Hanna. I just asked him one little question. I mean, just one little question, kind of a throwaway question. I remember he was on the show, I don't know, a few months earlier when we were down the hall next to the Pissa, and he talked about how he goes about handling saving money. And I said, hey, I remember you saying that. What is it that you do? And then the next thing you know, I'm sending this long email with all these details, and then he sends me a big response, and I'm like, this guy's unbelievable. But you know what, Doug? You've said it before. He's a life Sherpa. He enjoys doing this. This is what he likes doing. And I just can't say enough good things about him. He's online at evergreenstl.com. Everyone needs a financial advisor. It's just an absolute statement. So if you don't have one I would tell you that it would be worth giving a call to is Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, evergreenstl.com. He's a first-class individual, and he customizes plans to the individual. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. You give him a call, you're going to feel better about your financial situation. You'll feel better about the world. He's just a positive person. person. Mark Hanna, the number is 314-889-0503. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
Great time of year to get together with your loved ones, sharing some fond memories, maybe a new experience, something like the St. Louis Zoo. They invite you to enjoy the brilliant displays featuring over 1 million twinkling lights. They have festive menus, zoo attractions, kids' activities. All of this is going on right now at Wild Lights, now through December 29th. Yeah, it's the zoo in December, and it's a ton of fun with the Wild Lights. Support the St. Louis Zoo this holiday season by gifting a zoo membership. Together Credit Union offering an exclusive zoo membership for members who sign up for that St. Louis Zoo debit card. All Together Credit Union members with the St. Louis Zoo debit card receive a sea lion plush toy plus an exclusive membership at the zoo that gets you discounts, attraction tickets, parking perks, much more. It's the St. Louis Zoo debit card. It empowers you to give back, rounding up the change from your transactions, automatically donating it back to the zoo, which furthers their mission. They're doing some really cool things, including that Wild Care Park. So it's real simple. You get that St. Louis Zoo debit card. They'll do the rounding up there and make sure the money goes back to the zoo. Enroll now at togethercu.org/zoo or stop by any of those Together Credit Unions. There are 14 in the St. Louis area. Happy holidays from your friends at Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Kings defeat the Pelicans last night, 111-109. Domantas Sabonis with 32 points and 20 rebounds. It's 32 and 20 game for Domantas Sabonis. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, you said that the Blues are on the road tomorrow, and that's because of Sebastian Maniscalco at the Enterprise Center?
Yes, he's here tomorrow night, and he told the Blues take a hike.
How about that? We're going.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm going too. You're going?
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be great. He's really funny. He's the best going, I think.
Will you go as Santa?
I will not go as Santa.
I didn't know how often you sported that look.
No, it was the first.
You looked good as Santa
time.
last night at Hot Shots in South County. You really did, honestly.
Yeah, it's a good suit. It was like a nicer than like a crummy Santa suit. Like it actually, it was
it's
like
all
well
about
made.
the suit.
Yeah.
But the booties kind of look like you work for the medical examiner. Like you had to put them on. You were stepping into a crime scene.
They weren't real boots. They were just kind of snap-on things.
Who are you going with?
The family's going.
Oh, God bless.
For a while. Yeah.
Good for you. Nice. I'm going, taking my wife. I'm looking forward to it. I watched one of his specials earlier this week, as a matter of fact. I'm a big fan. And I guess he's been doing it for a while.
Oh, he has.
He's from the Chicago area. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I had no idea until I heard we were giving away those tickets at the TMA Christmas party. And I'm like, oh, he's in town. I got to go see him. So I'm looking forward to it. Now, did you know that this was going on tonight in St. Louis? Do you know where I'm going? I'll open it up so then I'll find out.
This is going on tonight in St. Louis.
Once you hear about it, I think you'll be pretty intrigued. And I had no idea until my wife asked me if I wanted to go yesterday.
Initials?
Trans-Siberian.
She would know better than that after 16 loving years. No, not the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I think you'll be intrigued, so nobody knows about this.
Concert?
Kind of. It would be under the umbrella of that.
Comedian? No?
Yes, under the umbrella of that.
Oh, a lot of umbrellas.
I'm going to go into the text inbox and see a lot of umbrellas. I'll see if they're getting it in the text inbox.
We have initials of who this person is.
CC.
CC. It's Chuck Connors.
Nope, not Chuck Connors. They couldn't get him.
Clearwater without the revival.
Yeah.
Boy, I don't even see it in the Air Comfort Service text line with the guests yet.
Carl Chandler?
Not Carl Chandler. Carol Channing, a delight.
Oh.
Diamonds around Carol. Is that Carol Channing?
Is it Chippy Chupinski?
Nope, they couldn't get him either.
Craig Conroy.
Chevy Chase.
Really?
Oh, where is he?
He's doing stand-up?
Fox. No. So at the Fox.
Oh, he's singing?
No. So they're doing a showing of Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
I believe it's the 35th anniversary.
89, I think is when it came out.
There you go. There's the owner of goodorbad.com.
Which doesn't exist.
And, it doesn't have a monetization strategy. That's the core issue.
Oh, there's no site, is there?
That's another issue.
That's a Q1 25 thing.
Or bad.
Chevy Chase, they're going to show the movie, and then Chevy Chase tells stories and takes questions from the audience, ripping up our podcast, on National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, as well as like Caddyshack and other moments in his career from Saturday Night Live.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
It's a fun idea.
And I couldn't believe that was going on. And my wife said, hey, you want to go? I go, I got to be honest with you. This was yesterday afternoon. I said, I'm already exhausted. We have the TMA Christmas party night. Friday night rolls around. I just want to snort my pills and pass out, sister.
Oh, snorting pills now?
Just a rolled up 100. And
so who's got a tougher stretch this weekend? The Blues, Joey Vitale, or Tim?
It's Timmy.
Tim, clearly.
Mm-hmm. But I said on the off chance I feel good, I'd be interested in going. That really intrigues me.
I'd be curious to where he's at on some of the stories, considering he's known as kind of a cantankerous team member. Not necessarily the most
Who has been critical of him, because Bill Murray also has that reputation.
Half of like the SNL cast from the time.
Right, I know, but I mean, both Bill Murray and Chevy Chase, famously from Caddyshack and Saturday Night Live, but Bill Murray replaced Chevy Chase on Saturday Night Live, right? And they actually got into a fist fight.
Yeah, Chevy left after the first season.
Right.
And then when he came back to host, him and Bill Murray disagreed on some things, and the little backstage brouhaha, but they did get back together for Caddyshack, where apparently things were not too bad.
Right.
I think anytime you go to the Fox, it is a fun night out. It's such a cool venue.
I'm telling you. So I was kind of I said if the show were on Saturday and we didn't have Sebastian Maniscalco, I'd be all over it. But it'd be tough to pull it off tonight. Tim, I'm going, and I have VIP passes to meet him if you want my tickets. That's from the 217. There are VIP tickets available, Doug, if you're interested.
You know you've really made a good movie when 30 years later, people are still paying to watch it for the 100th time.
Yeah.
Does he just pause it constantly and
No,
stop?
I'm sure they play it the whole way, and then
And then
after,
he comes out.
Yeah,
and-
but that is like for even my generation, who I was born 8-9 years after that movie came out. That's like the Christmas movie.
Oh yeah,
It is, I think, for generations across the board. It was. I remember seeing it in the movie theater, had no idea, and it was hilarious. I think the scene with Chevy Chase and Randy Quaid in the living room is one of my all-time favorites. It's up there with the baptism scene from The Godfather, Robin Williams and Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting, and then the oil scene with Chase Lane, Jill Kelly, and
I don't know
Kylie
about
Allen.
that
Those
one.
those are my Mount Rushmore of film.
I liked it when the squirrel jumped out of the Christmas tree and the whole family had to run around the house. I enjoyed that.
I am fascinated by the nature of the questions. Will there be a troll like with Michael Francesa? Will somebody, hey, Chevy, what's the Mount Rushmore of all the vacation movies, huh? I would love to hear some of the... How are they going to select who's getting to ask?
I have no idea. I've got so many, because he has this subtle, brilliant physical comedy. And I'm usually a physical comedy guy, but he is subtle. It's subtle, which I think is why I appreciate it, kind of like the Larry Sanders Show, which I oftentimes cite. But I think The Office has a little bit, because it doesn't have a laugh track. And that's why I didn't like Vegas Vacation, because it kind of had like the sassy Cassie music and the whistles to like tell you when to laugh.
Oh,
exactly.
I'd love to hear that whistle again, Jackson.
It's a tough drop to find, but it's
do you
a
have
wonderful
to,
drop when you do.
Identify yourself. Hi, Chevy. Bob Smith from the WRAL radio. Like, will they do the same thing they
A
do with...
swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
Oh, Doug's in a laughing fit.
It's just a little
That's all
whistle,
it took.
and it gets me every time.
Is that Hoffman voicing that spot?
No.
It kind of sounds like Brian Hoffman.
Hold on, I'm gonna play one more
Is
time.
that supposed to end it?
A swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
It kind of does sound like it. I get it, but that is
there's a slight Hoffman in there.
Is that whistle supposed to indicate it's a small person? Is that what that is?
What it
That's
is?
exactly what it is. That should be in the intro for me on the show.
Yeah. Or
Tim
slide
McKernan.
whistles.
A little whistle blowing away in the air because so tiny. Look, kids, Big Ben Parliament, thank you. It's from the 314. Guys, did you know that Bill Murray and Chevy Chase improvised that scene in Caddyshack because Harold Ramis thought it would be too on the nose if the two of them didn't have a scene together?
Yes. Yes. They actually, you can go on YouTube. They have another scene that they did that they cut. Caddyshack is, I recommend reading this awesome book about the making of Caddyshack. It's more like a biography about Doug Kenny, the guy who wrote it. He also wrote Animal House. And some of the stories from that are unbelievable. Like that scene got cut, but most of that movie was totally improvised because they had no idea what they were doing, and they were doing copious amounts of cocaine.
They were.
Yeah.
Is that what the CC is tonight?
They were shooting it.
Copious amounts of cocaine.
They were shooting it in Fort Lauderdale, and this is 1979, so you can imagine that the pipeline was quite strong.
Yeah,
and so it was, and Harold Ramis never directed before. It was the only person who had been really in movies before was Ted Knight, and he was not a big fan of his cast members.
Oh, he was not?
Well, he was like a real actor, Mary Tyler Moore show. Like he was like a real guy, and then like Dangerfield's over there not knowing what he's doing, but being like the funniest guy ever. And he's like, "Why are all these people acting circles around me?" But Ted Knight's great, man. I love
He
Ted
is.
Knight.
Ted Knight's
So
a
maybe
key
the
part of it.
cantankerous Ted Knight was a little bit of how he was feeling about
Yes, it was actually kind of perfect for the movie.
Oh, that's outstanding. I got it. What's the name of that book?
It's called. I think it's just called The Making of Caddyshack. It's by Chris Nashway.
Is it Nashway?
Who wrote the darn book?
It's really,
Colin
I have
Beerbridge
it.
wants to call in. She's looking for the call-in number in the YouTube chat. It's 314-974-0101. So you can call
I
in.
might hang around for a Christmas party recap.
Yeah, she says she's got a Christmas party. I didn't meet her. I wanted to meet her. You did meet her, right, Doug?
I did, yeah. She and her husband, I think, came up and said hello.
And Chairman Kurt, you talked with her because she's setting you up with her friend in D.C. or something?
Yeah,
Is that
she's
the deal?
great.
God bless America. All right, well, there it is. Bowen Beerbridge is calling in. Gabe Bjarman's calling in. We're giving away the 8-game Cardinal ticket pack for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 10:45 for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which you can send in yours the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Doug, can you tell us about Sound Story, a perfect gift for the holidays in our promo that we were running?
It is perfect. If you don't know what to get mom or dad or one of your grandparents, if they're still alive, what to get them, for this Christmas, this is what you do. You go to mysoundstory.com. This is a time of year people don't know exactly what to get family members who have everything. If you're a family thinking about what's best for mom or dad, or both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everyone would absolutely love. Sound Story has a special holiday discount of 10% off gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter a certain promo code, and that promo code is TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or dad anytime you want to. Now that is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children will have these memories saved forever. And now, new in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. It's a gift you will never regret giving, a gift that everyone in the family will absolutely love. Just go to mysoundstory.com, enter the promo code TMA to get this special 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story for you, for them, forever.
There it is. Baldwin Beer Bitches on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Martin, you wanted the holiday party recap. You got it. Good morning, Baldwin Beer Bitch. You're on 101 ESPN. Callier and Thompson phone lines.
Hello, bitch.
Hey, boys.
I cut that off forever.
Oh, hey, boys.
Hello.
I didn't see it coming.
Yeah, that's what made it so wonderful. He's like Jezelnik.
I'm making my 101 debut here, so I'm a little nervous.
Oh, don't be nervous.
It doesn't compare at all to the nerves when you're in the same room as Tim. I'll tell you that.
Okay, here we go.
Cut that off as well.
No, I just wanted to thank you guys for a great party. Tim, you keep calling it a Christmas party. I'd like you to issue an apology.
You're right. Prominent winter party. That's what I should have called it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So, yeah, just wanted to give a few highlights. So, Doug, I really enjoyed accosting you about why St. Louis news is so inferior to Chicago news.
Yeah.
So thank you for providing that insight. Doug said it's because of the budget, and, Chicago just has a lot better newscasters.
Whoa!
Jesus.
Bigger town, bigger staff sizes, people making more money.
Sweetheart. I'm in the news, sweetheart.
The good thing is, Mr. Baldwin Beer Bitch and we were able to make it home just in time to catch Doug's nightly newscast. So that was.
I haven't been on for 3 years, almost 3.5.
KG was an absolute delight. I got some selfies with him. I sent to the DC Dime, and I think it definitely piqued her interest. So,
wow, Chairman!
She was asking about his body type based on the selfie, and so I gave her a little bit of description. I said he seems like a good cuddler, and she's really interested.
Cuddler? What is this, the STL Today comment section?
Cuddler. And your instinct is right. I do love to cuddle.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. It's that women's intuition. We can just tell by looking at someone.
I'll be darned.
The other thing, so Martin, I was going to call you a weasel because you were hiding behind the cloak of your wife the entire night. So, couldn't really go up to you and make an introduction. But you did say you voted for me, so I retract that. You're not.
Yeah, I voted for. No, I was kind of introducing my wife to this whole new foray, and I was a little afraid to leave her alone with some of you all folk.
Well, most of the guys there are into guys. You didn't have to worry about it.
That's a good read. So, I did keep telling Mr. Baldwin Beer Bitch, it reminded me of an awkward grade school mixer. So, you just kind of walk in, no one's really talking. There were definitely some basement incels, but they weren't like the Redditor incels. They were the kind where you were just like, you wanted to go up to them and hug them and be like, oh, are you enjoying your night out? How's it going?
Doug, it's a sympathy hug.
Could be the only night they get all year.
Yeah, so so Martin, maybe your idea of name tags, maybe that has something to it. Another idea is maybe you could put your text or call-in name on a list, and then you play like a who's who, like a guess who mystery, where you kind of go around talking to people and you get some clues, and you're like, oh, you're Arbor Day, or you're the whatever, so the Otter of O'Fallon. So
I would have, I'd have a cheat sheet that told me who was in attendance, and then I could walk around like the match game, and I'd say, boy, you kind of look like Fred's broken fender, and I would just kind of go around the whole. I like that.
Exactly. So, and then just lastly, did get to meet James Carlton, lovely fella. We did see Dr. Brandon Pryor from afar, and the first thing Mr. Baldwin Beerbitch said was, "Wow, I think I have a toothache now." So.
Oh, no!
Wow!
No,
that is hot.
It isn't hot.
And then also, I was looking for the lipstick laugh. I thought at one point I identified her. Tim, I don't want to, dox anyone, but there was a pretty attractive-looking gal chatting with you all night in a pink coat, and I thought it was her. But then KG gave me a tell that it wasn't, so that saved me from some embarrassment because I was going to kind of go up to her and kind of brush shoulders and go, "Oh, you're the lipstick lass. I've been looking for you." But
wow, Doug.
Going on.
That was Mar Binks in the Melissa Marr, longtime Inside STL coworker, Doug, who I was talking to, and it was great to see her. She made an appearance at the festivities last night. So you were on the prowl for the lipstick lass. Look at you.
I was, yeah. I just wanted to meet some other, some other fellow, cute girls that listen to the show and have a little female mixer in the corner.
Doug, this is a sapphic show.
I don't know if it's sapphic.
It's so sapphic.
And then finally on the way out, we did meet the beer cat family. I know.
Family beer cat.
You know us women, we talk too much. I need to go back to the kitchen here soon. So, we did meet the beer cat family on the way out, and I have to say they are a lovely family.
Are they?
I mean, I'm not on the prowl. I'm happily married, but if any other, female listeners are single and they're looking, you not only do you have the dad to choose from, you have the son as well.
Wow.
So I just wanted to throw that out there.
It's like the more popular.
If you need a whole new family,
shower.
So anyway, that's all I got, fellas. So
Thank you, Baldwin Beer. That's a wonderful recap, and thank you for being in attendance last night.
Of course. Have a good weekend.
Have a
Bye.
good weekend. There she is. Doug, the Baldwin Beer bitch.
Right.
And
she's a little spitfire.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Great to have her. And Dennis Martin, did you like the Christmas party recap at Hot Shots South
I think it was the holiday party recap,
Exactly.
to be fair. Yeah, very well done. Although Tommy Mattern has texted me and said this overtime is not approved. So I guess I got to go.
Martin has more onboarding to do. The Colonel's going to join us coming up on the portal. Missouri's quarterback situation, fight Tiger, beat Jayhawk, all kinds of things with the Colonel. That's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. This is TMA, and it's 101 ESPN. Gabe DeArmond's going to join us coming up in a matter of moments here on TMA. Already joined by Joey Vitale and Robert Thomas. Miss any of the program, podcasts like the Dickens, PLTD. And that's via the Schaefer Door Company 101 ESPN app or Schaefer Door Company TMA STL app. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin Kilcoyne had to leave. He has this onboarding that he's still doing.
Does that take 8 to 10 months?
It's usually an 8-month process,
Yeah.
so he is out.
Okay.
Gabe will be joining us coming up. We got a huge email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, giving away an 8-game Cardinal ticket pack, and that includes opening day tickets. So send your emails in. You might be like, I just started listening to this show. I think you guys are asses, but I want to win the tickets. So email in, rip us. It's welcome. Doug, we've been getting it for a couple of decades. We expect you want to do 2 more decades, you said. So,
well, I'd be like in my, mid to late 90s at that point? I don't know that I can pull it off, but I'll try.
But you will try. The morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. Munganess sponsor the 10 o'clock hour online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. And that's Peter Munganess, who was in attendance last night, and Jamie Burkhardt, and then Ryan Seiberg, and he was in attendance last night. He's in the service department. They're wonderful people. I got a chance to talk with Peter a little bit. You know what I talked to him about?
What?
You got great cars. You got that great service department with Ryan.
Sure.
Love Jamie Burkhardt. People love the snicks in your break room, though.
Oh, I do. Yeah, that's what gets me.
You gotta wait there, and hey, no problem. They got a little break room with delicious snacks.
You may want to go even if your car doesn't need maintenance.
Yeah, just hang out.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go this weekend? The Ritz-Carlton or the break room at Munganess?
They would
That's up to you.
probably frown on that.
I mean, so it's not like
it's generally
like a cover charge.
Yeah, it's for the customers.
Got it. stlouisacura.com, altontoyota.com, or the secret number for our listeners, 314-252-0029. It's Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Gabe DeArmond next, talking college football, talking college basketball, I guess, if Jackson has a question, and the upcoming college football playoff, plus the Missouri transfer portal and what it's doing. That's next with the Colonel, 101 ESPN. Let me tell you something, Doug. PowerMizzou.com has been the place to be this week. Missouri beating Kansas on Sunday, then the transfer portal news, Williams-Winery, and then who's coming to Columbia and who's in the mix. Let's find out from the Colonel of PowerMizzou.com, presented to you by James Carlton. He joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Is this the worst week? Be honest with me. Of your 52 weeks, is this the worst one?
I have a love-hate relationship with the transfer portal. I hate that it is ruining my life, but I love that it is so good for business. So
it's a good, honest answer.
Yeah, it's both.
And you get to monitor young men's social media accounts to see who they follow to determine whether or not they're coming to Missouri.
That's not. I check who the coaches are following. I do not care who Miller Moss is following on Instagram. I leave that to the detectives on our message board, which really, that's one of the advantages we have. We have thousands of people who, we don't miss anything, because if we miss it, they find it somewhere and post it on our message board. So a lot of times they'll see things before we will.
It is nice to have those super sleuths.
Citizen reporters.
Yeah, well, we had that on the TMA fan page on Facebook when Dexter Fowler was on a flight to St. Louis to come and sign with the Cardinals. So we inadvertently broke the story. Sure as hell not the guys on the show, but the audience.
Right. The one I remember most is the day Michael Porter Jr. it broke that he was having back surgery. A poster on our message board had seen him at Columbia Regional at 6:30 in the morning with his mom, getting on a flight to Dallas. And then by that afternoon, it was out, hey, Mike's going to consult with a surgeon.
Wow, how about that? The audience is always out there super sleuthing. Doug, is the one that I think is getting some good attention, and you were on top of this yesterday. I was reading the PowerMizzou.com Tiger's Lair is where you can go, is the St. Louisan and former Mississippi State wide receiver Kevin Coleman, and what is going on there. What can you tell us on that development?
Can tell you he entered the portal Wednesday, was in Columbia on Thursday, I believe is still here. This is look, nothing is done till it's done, till it's, social media graphic official in the year of our Lord 2024. But everyone on both sides of this, as soon as he hit the portal, kind of believed this was a Missouri thing. It could happen today, could be a little bit longer, but we don't really expect this to be a long process.
And Williams Winery off to Nebraska. Why do you think he didn't play more at Mizzou? Is just because of the fact that he's a freshman and too young?
They thought other guys were better. I mean, that's all there is to it. He didn't do it. When Williams committed to Missouri last summer, obviously it was a big deal, top 10 player in the country, all that. But there are two kinds of 5 stars, guys that are ready to hit campus day one and guys that are rated 5 stars based on potential. And, his was potential. He's only played 3. Well, this was his 4th year of football. He's, he's got NFL measurables, but everybody that was close to this told me, hey, this isn't a day one to hit campus and he's ready to go. This is going to be a little bit more of a development than some 5 stars are. And, I know some people will find fault with, well, hey, a guy like that, you've got to play him if you want to keep him. And I think there's something to that. I'm not saying he should have started, and coaches, the thing about rankings are the day you hit campus, those don't matter anymore. They care what you're ranked during the recruiting process. Once you're on campus, they don't really care anymore. Now, that may be a little bit different with NIL, right? Because guys that get paid more get probably a few more chances. But there's nothing more than just Missouri had better players, and they were trying to win as many football games as they could, and felt like other guys gave him a better chance. Had he played more, would he still be here? I don't know. His high school coach got hired by Nebraska. He said, I think the record for the least amount of time spent in the transfer portal. It was only like 4 or 5 hours between officially in the portal and officially committed to Nebraska. So obviously that was, set up in advance. And I don't say that is a bad thing. It happens all the time. We're just talking about Kevin Coleman, and it seems like a pretty similar situation. So everybody's doing it, but I don't really know if Missouri could have kept him or not. I have spoken to Will probably, I don't know, twice, maybe 3 times in my life, and don't really foresee a situation where I will be again at this point.
Colonel, what is going on with the quarterback situation?
Yeah, Miller Moss is at Louisville right now. Should be wrapping up his visit sometime this morning, this afternoon, something like that. Decision really could come this afternoon, could come this weekend. He could always schedule another visit, although I don't think that's anticipated. I think most people think it's going to be Louisville or Missouri, and we ought to know in the next couple of days at some point. Both sides, there's been some optimism if you talk to people on either side. So not sure where that's going to go. If it goes Missouri's way, obviously they've got their quarterback, should have their number one wide receiver, and, then you go from there. If it goes Louisville's way, then Missouri moves on. I would expect them to make every effort to get Cal's Fernando Mendoza in on a visit as soon as possible. Wrote this morning that Malik Murphy from Duke is a guy that Missouri is at least, monitoring, pursuing. That they want to know what happens with Moss first, but also, hey, if Moss does stretch this out, if either we get to Monday morning or whatever, or he's scheduled another visit or something like that, then I think Missouri has to go ahead and try to bring some of these other guys in on visits, because you can't just wait around.
Have you seen Moss play enough to know how he would compare to Brady Cook? About the same, better?
I really haven't. I watched USC. I watched about 2.5 quarters of their season opener against LSU this year, when Moss threw for 378 and looked really good, led USC down to the game-winning score and all that. Looked really good in that game. I didn't watch USC, I don't think, again the rest of the year. I think we've got him ranked as maybe I think 9th best quarterback in the portal. Could be 5th. I can't remember the exact number. We've got Mendoza, I think, is 2nd, and Murphy 3rd. So these are all, kind of they're all in the same pool, and that one person's going to rank them one way, one person's going to rank them another. I think Moss is a little bit more of a traditional drop-back quarterback than Brady Cook. He's not a statue. He can move around in the pocket, but I also don't think you're going to see a lot of design runs.
Jackson, you want to ask your basketball question?
Sure, Gabe. There's currently 5 SEC teams in the AP top 10 right now, so
what
it's
a deep league.
Safe to say it's going to be a gauntlet. How key is it? Missouri has the Kansas win to also follow it up with an Illinois win to secure up that non-con record in case the SEC gets a little touch and go.
Yeah, I thought they probably needed 2 out of 4 between Cal, Memphis, Kansas, and Illinois, and obviously it helps if one's Kansas or Illinois. So to give themselves a shot, I thought they needed to win 2 of those. If they can beat Illinois now, and they've won 3 of those, they're sitting 12-1. Then I think it goes from tournaments the goal to tournaments the expectation. But the SEC is, it's not just the best league in the country. There are legitimately conversations. Is this the best conference that we've ever seen in college basketball?
How about that?
The number, I think there are 13 teams, 14 teams that probably have legitimate NCAA tournament hopes at this point. They're not obviously all going to make it, but I think it would be a surprise if there's not at least 10 SEC teams in the tournament. If you go 8-10 in this league, you're going to be in. If you go 7-11, I think you're going to have a shot.
The record is 11 in 2011, the Big East. The SEC, John Calipari was talking about that the other night following their win, about that conference. And it is something else to see where everybody is at this point in the season and how deep it will be once things get going. Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com. You want to monitor the transfer portal and everything that is going on? That's where you go. Gabe DeArmond and his team, The Source at PowerMizzou.com. Gabe, brought to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday here on TMA. Colonel, appreciate the time. Have a wonderful weekend, sir.
All right, guys, got to go get back on Snapchat, see what everybody's doing.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, that's fun. It'll be a fun day.
Gabe DeArmond on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We got the big Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Chairman Kurt, Your filtering has never been more important than when we're giving away opening day tickets and tickets to 7 other Cardinals games online at cardinals.com/holiday. That's the prize. 8 sets of tickets.
I've never seen so many emails come in as we have gotten today.
Wow. Well, I'm going to make sure that we do email today starting at 10:45. So I'm breaking right now to make sure we hit it. This is TMA 101 ESPN. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Gabe Yarman, Joey Vitale, and Robert Thomas all joining us on the program today. If you miss anything, Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the app at 101 ESPN or TMA STL. Download them both, and you can listen to the program anytime you would like. And we had some scorching hot takes, Doug, that made you grab the oven mitts, which were presented to us by the EDF Group.
I keep them close.
Yeah, and I like that. I think that's a veteran move. EDF Group is the sponsor of the Oven Mitts. Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes. You certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. We're going to have that design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming your way. That's coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues lose last night. Off today. Off to Dallas, Texas tomorrow to take on the Stars. Right here on 101 ESPN pregame at 6 p.m. Puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. This is the Morning After. Mungan St. Louis Acura, Mungan Burkett, Alton Toyota. 10 o'clock hour, Doug, and we're going to have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Chairman Kurt, you said you've never seen more emails for a Design Air Heating and Cooling email today than today.
It's got to be
December 13th, 2024.
Got to be a record.
All right. Well, your filtering process is of great importance. Who gets in? Who is not? Who has a chance at the 8-game Cardinal ticket pack that includes tickets to opening day? Doug, we think this is a 4-figure prize.
Oh, I would think so. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Dodgers and Yankees tickets involved in there, too, when they come to town. These are weekend games. I mean, this is a huge ticket pack. Cardinals.com/holidays where you can get yours for the holiday season gifts. So this is big doings here. Big doings.
I'm not sure we've ever given away a bigger prize.
Well, we got it coming up here in a matter of moments. Brown and Crouppen presents the show. We're grateful for their support of the program. Title sponsor last year, title sponsor again next year. And we always say support the sponsors. On board with the show, great. Support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. Brother Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. The phone number couldn't be any more easy to remember. Watch this. 314-222-2222. 314-222-2222. Or go online at brownandcrouppen.com. They are local. They're friends of the show. They've been in St. Louis since they founded in 1979, 44 years old. And if you're in a position where you need Brown and Crouppen services, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen. Every Tuesday, whether it be at Herman, Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, they're in studio, and they're talking it over with us here on TMA. It's Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about it here on TMA. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be based on, it's judged on its own accord. All right, we'll come back with the big Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That's next here on TMA. Doug, here it is. You wanted it. You got it.
I did. I wanted it badly. What is it?
Giving away the Cardinal tickets. Opening day. In addition to 7 other weekend games, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today here on 101 ESPN. Jackson, let's go. Doug, where's the music?
Where's the music, Jackson? Come on,
for the last 3 hours. Thank you.
Okay.
Radio friends, I've been a listener since the first show in 2004. And while, Tim, you believe the audience always thinks the show used to be better in the past, things have changed. And on the other side of change is the golden goose. I firmly believe the show has never been better. Is this a joke? And I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, we never get a compliment on the present day show.
Did you write it in to try to get the tickets?
No, this is Brad and Boca.
Oh, okay, Brad.
I firmly believe the show has never been better. Combining Martin and Doug has been dynamite. The producers work hard and seem to actually care about the listeners. And Tim is Tim. Does that mean I am him?
You are him.
I don't know what him means.
And people can actually hear the show when driving under an overpass.
Well,
it feels like the thousands of hours I've spent listening in 20 years are finally worth it. Thanks for proving my dad wrong that I've wasted my time with this show. Happy holidays, Brad and Boca. That's like the first compliment I think we've ever got.
Wonderful little email.
And I was waiting for the hammer to drop at the end. It
didn't
never happened.
Yeah.
I recently started listening to the show in the morning while at work. Luckily, I have a desk out in the warehouse where no one else can hear the blabbering that comes out of my computer. I am sure that HR would not approve of cut versus uncut conversations, but then again, HR can go gag on some schmuck.
Oh.
I almost didn't email in for the first time because I was afraid I would win the Cardinal tickets for next year, and then I thought that maybe my 3 boys would like to go watch baseball that is slightly better than the 2 high school squads we have here in Washington, Missouri. But with the tickets including games against the Dodgers and Yankees, I could teach the boys a life lesson. Get rich so you can buy success. So yes, I would take the tickets and report back the game notes. Really, you didn't ask Tomer about who is and who isn't cut on the Blues? What kind of quote-unquote journalist are you?
Gosh.
Always asking the layups. Grow a sack, fellas, and ask the questions we all want to know. Thanks. That's from Washmo Don, a new emailer. Doug, the new emailers are here.
Washmo Don. He's new.
Happy Friday, lads. Bummed I missed the chance to meet you in creatures that account for 83% of the St. Louis County red dots on sex predator maps.
Oh.
At the Christmas party last night. That's right, we had 83% of them.
How could have been? Yeah.
I've had a chance to speak with Martin before, but clearly he doesn't give the 2 fucks about anything about after 10:15. Dougie is on my bucket list, though. He's a dapper lad that is an inspiration to the laser-haired dad bods out there. Can you animals leave Pistol Pale alone? He gets enough badgering on the daily Sports Center updates. He likes basketball. People like basketball. Eventually, the pissing match of St. Louis sports will include the Pringles can that is the NBA or WNBA. The haters need to get on board and leave this sweet boy alone. If your name wasn't called yesterday, suck it up and get back on the horse. You're not just playing for the cheap laughs on the radio of the radio masses. You're playing for the approval of 3 schmohawks and Doug. If the 99 Rams are the greatest show on turf, TMA is the greatest show on girth?
Oh, gosh.
That's from my cousin Vinny.
My cousin Vinny.
Morning, ladies. So I think I know how this goes. In order to get in the good graces of the show, I have to offer my wife to Tim. Well, I'm not married, but I am willing to offer some Dutch rowboating or maybe a stranger handy.
I don't know what that is.
We can circle back to that later. So now is the point in the email where people go after Jackson, and I will not. I am also a hoop rocker. I've played against St. Louis legends. For example, back in the early 90s, I elbowed Mike Bush in the head during a 3-on-3 hoop it up tournament.
Oh, really?
I looked him straight in his eyes and said, "Don't bring that ish inside. You're too little." He didn't like it, but he did respect it. There wasn't a night that summer I wasn't at Lindenwood Park on Jameson crushing people's dreams on the court. B-ball and Mom's Deli. What a time. And finally, it seems you have to include Doug and Martin in the emails. So, Martin, did Mandy Murphy ever learn her Roman numerals? I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
I hope I'm not reading something that, you can rip us all day long, but I don't want Mandy Murphy or
No,
other.
she should not take shrapnel.
But I don't know. Maybe it's like a compliment or it's some inside local news humor that I'm not familiar with. And Doug, thank you for the vote last email. I loved you on Channel 11. That's from Jaffa Waterman.
Oh, yeah. Jaffo.
AKA just another effing old waterman.
Okay, Jaffo Waterman.
There was something about seeing Doug dressed as Santa that instantly lifted my spirits. His porpoise-holed mouth, that curious and charming gap in his smile only added to the magic of the moment. His figure, broad and stunning in that stepdad-like way, filled the room with a surprising warmth. It wasn't just the red suit or the fluffy beard, but Doug's whole demeanor. He wasn't just wearing the costume. He became Santa.
I don't know.
His easy, confident presence had a way of reminding me that the holidays are about more than the presents and decorations. They're about connection, about feeling a sense of togetherness. Got me thinking about how nice it would be if all the listeners of TMA and 101 could channel a little bit of that holiday spirit and come together this season. If we could share just a fraction of that joy Doug brought when he took on the role of Santa, maybe we could spread some real cheer to those around us. In a world that can often feel fractured, it's moments like these that remind me of the power of community, of how laughter and Doug's rump can bring people together, especially this time of year.
Here we go.
Taste Me, that's from the Princeton Heights Princess?
Princeton Heights Princess. She's new.
Do you like when my soul patch scratches that rash on your inner thigh? Not many people get the chance to witness the miracle of birth firsthand, so I figured I'd share my story with you all and Doug. The stall doors flew open with dramatic flair of a Wild West saloon. We burst through, adrenaline pumping, and I could already tell we were at a solid 10-centimeter dilation.
Oh.
The nurses and doctors sprang into action, swarming the room like a couple of Double Diamond members waddling nigh the Diet Coke fountain at Six Flags. The lead doc wasted no time, checking vitals and positioning for the main event. Push, he commanded, strapping the legs into the stirrups in the precision of Big Al, saucing his drive on the green of Normandy, hole number 12. The tension was palpable as the crowning moment approached. Literally, one final heroic effort and whoosh, life emerged. I glanced over at my father-in-law and saw the relief wash over his face as the doctor gently lowered Bill's legs down to the sticky floor under the urinal.
No.
Dr. Biondo handed Bill his newly delivered boy log, nestled snugly.
No.
And a nacho cheese wrench souvenir helmet. 6 pounds nearly, the doc said, squinting with the reverence of a jeweler appraising a diamond. How much red meat this week, you filthy boy?
Oh!
Bill, ever the stoic, met the doc's gaze. No words were needed. What followed was a medical marvel. Dr. Biondo pinning his ears back and tending to Bill's wise, bearded boy wound with the deft tongue work of a sensual hummingbird. Taste the rainbow, taste the waste. Think about it, Doug. That's
Gosh,
Tunnels 12,000.
Awful. Tunnels 12,000. Not good. Vile.
And finally, I'm not going to be much good to you today. This one hurts. I have faithfully emailed your program nearly every single day for the past 4 years to the detriment of my own mental health. You think it's easy listening to you guys ramble on about the Atlanta Braves 5 days a week? First off, congrats to Buck Swope. He is a worthy champion, and I don't want to take anything away from him. The man is a brilliant rider, but I really thought 2024 was my year. This loss has me all out of sorts. This morning, I accidentally used hairspray on my armpits instead of deodorant, mistakenly brushed my teeth with Preparation H, and I kissed my wife's dad on my way out the door. That last one might not have been an accident. The bottom line is this. Casper the Friendly Dictator allowed Martin to vote on these prestigious awards, even though he wasn't on the show for 90% of the calendar this year. And now that he's on the show, he still cuts out early each day like a Seckman fifth grader, skipping class to smoke cigs under the bleachers. Mr. Marquette was only present to hear emails at the end of the show, checks notes, one single time. Again, congrats, Buck. You earned it. I'm very happy for you. That's from the JV golf coach. And Doug, that's what we have.
Golf coach.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, what you got?
Tunnels 12,000 had some moments.
Somebody's winning some big tickets here.
I'm going to go with this new fella, Brad in Boca.
The miracle of life is just so precious. I am going to go Tunnels 12,000.
That's not what he was talking about.
Brad and Boca for me.
Brad and Boca has won.
Congratulations.
The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and that was like a friendly email?
Yes. It was a nice change of pace.
Wow.
It was a nice change of pace.
Mm-hmm. Wow, Doug.
To be honest, I was going to go Brad and Boca too, but I didn't want to end it after 2 votes.
Oh, really? Hey, you vote for the best email, Chairman. Yeah. And it doesn't matter either way, Chairman. Brad and Boca has shipped the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and that means Brad and Boca is going to 8 Cardinal games, including opening day. You can get your Cardinal tickets for the holidays at cardinals.com/holiday. Doug, can you tell us a little bit about Design Air?
Well, Brad and Boca, if you or anyone you know is worried about your furnace when you come up here, if you're in Boca, maybe it's not a big problem. But in St. Louis, it could be. Weather's supposed to get cold again late next week, like into the teens. Make sure your furnace is humming on all cylinders. Seth Goldcamp and his staff at Design Air Heating and Cooling can do just that. They've been doing it since 1904. They're the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show. They are known for their honesty and going way above and beyond the call of duty. When they come out to your home, you will really be pleasantly surprised by just how professional these guys are. Many of them have been doing it now for Design Air for 20 years or more. They take that reputation very seriously. Their website, easy to navigate with the convenience of online scheduling now. So for all of your heating and cooling needs, choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. The website is designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air, sponsor of the email of the day here on TMA. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Thank you again to all the listeners who made donations to Annie's Hope and also brought toys, new unwrapped toys last night to Hot Shots in South County. Wonderful event. Thank you to everybody at Hubbard, the Hubbard sales staff for being in attendance as well. It was a great night, and thank you to our audience, both the old school TMA listeners and the new 101 ESPN listeners, for coming out and celebrating the festivities and bringing toys for our toy drive for Annie's Hope. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Sullivan Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.